Hello, everyone. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, January 6th. Holland Squallen, Quis Tukta, Ta Squamish Okmeo. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, which is Ms. Fawn Boudreau. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Stoner. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our first order of business is under delegations and invited presentations. We have some guests today to speak to International Holocaust Remembrance Day. So come on up. You will have, if you'd start by introducing yourself and your organization, you have 5 minutes to address council.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Sara Evans, and in 2025, I served as the Community Connector for the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver here in Squamish. And I've been a resident of the Sea to Sky Corridor for over 20 years and a Squamish resident for 10. I'm here today to respectfully request that the District of Squamish proclaim January 27th, 2026 International Holocaust Remembrance Day. On January 27, 1945, 80 years ago this month, Soviet troops liberated Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest Nazi concentration and death camp. In 2005, the United Nations General Assembly designated this date as International Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the 6 million Jewish people and millions of others systematically murdered during the Holocaust. This is a day the world has chosen to remember one of humanity's darkest chapters and to commit ourselves to ensuring that it never, ever happens again. Squamish has always been a community that embraces diversity and stands against hatred. You've shown this through your support of reconciliation, through welcoming newcomers, and through building an inclusive community where people of all backgrounds feel that they belong here. Canada itself is home to Holocaust survivors and their families. Many people have come here and rebuilt their lives after unimaginable loss. Their stories are part of our national fabric, and their resilience reminds us of what we stand for as Canadians. Why this proclamation is so important right now is that worldwide anti-Semitism is rising, and that includes Canada. Jewish community members across this country are experiencing harassment, vandalism, and threats in ways we have not seen in generations. Holocaust education isn't just about the past, it's about recognizing the warning signs of hatred, understanding how discrimination escalates, and committing ourselves to intervene early before it's too late. And that's why we're requesting that the District of Squamish proclaim January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, as municipalities across Metro Vancouver, including Vancouver, North Vancouver, Coquitlam, Delta, and Surrey have made similar proclamations. We would be honored to add Squamish to that list. This proclamation lets all Holocaust survivors and their families know that we remember. It tells the Jewish community that we belong here and we stand with you. And it tells everyone in Squamish that this community rejects hatred in all its forms. By proclaiming International Holocaust Remembrance Day, Squamish would join communities around the world in saying never again. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to see us this evening. Council, do you have questions, any questions for our guests? Or we do have the request if someone would like to move that. Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the request? Is there a seconder? Councillor Pettingill seconds. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you very much, Ms. Evans, for coming and speaking to us. The message that it should never happen again is just loud and clear. And I hope that everybody can hear, understand, appreciate, and really take that message to heart. So thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettingill, go ahead.
Yeah, happy to support this. It's only in the last year or two where I start to hear conversations, which I hadn't heard about before, about denying that these sorts of things happened. And with the state of the world and the division we were just talking about at dinner, some of the things that are happening, I think it's important that we remember things like this and take a stand against them, not just as historical things, but I guess recognizing how easy it is, unfortunately, to fall back into some of these mindsets that allowed this to happen, and we can't have that. So I think this is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw, then Stoner.
Yeah, thank you for coming today and speaking. I too believe that this is a very important topic. I think we unfortunately need days like this to serve as reminders. Unfortunately, your statement of never happening again is, unfortunately, it is happening right now in several places on Earth, and of course, historically, that was part of colonization of North America. So it's just a constant reminder. Like, we just need to have these reminders that of these tragedies that we've lived through and how we can grow from it and move on. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, happy to support the proclamation as requested. And I think the message of rejecting hatred in all of its forms resonates so clearly and strongly, and important, more so than ever, especially after what we saw at the start of Hanukkah in Sydney and the terrible attack that occurred. I know that our local Jewish community opened their arms and showed up in force at OCM Pavilion Park at the start to welcome folks and celebrate Hanukkah together, and try and show a sort of community and stance and togetherness. And that is what these sorts of events are for, that proclamations are important to recognize that we stand together, and hatred is never the solution. So thank you for being here and requesting a proclamation.
Thank you. Councillor French, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I too will be supporting the motion that's on the floor, and appreciate the in-person presentation and bringing along your support crew of a former Squamish resident. As important as it is to remember the past, I think we need to look into our future, and what I see right now happening in the United States and the anti-immigration sentiment that we see every day focused on Mexicans and South Americans is a huge concern. And it's proclamations like this that help us to focus on areas of the world where we see signs of this type of thing maybe happening again. So thanks for coming.
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, as my colleagues have stated, it's a very timely piece given what's happening in the world. I think as time has passed and the direct survivors of this are becoming just less and less over, it's important that we hold that history up and hold on to the lessons learned, and particularly with some of the things that are happening, there's a revisionist history trend even today as we look at what happened on January 6th in the United States, and how the history of that is being obscured, and I think that it's really important we keep telling the stories as terrible as they are, so that we can hold those lessons close, and the truth of that. So thank you very much for coming to see us, and I'm happy to support. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously, as it should. Thank you so much. So Council, our next piece of business is unscheduled public attendance. If anyone has a matter that's emergent in nature and needs to be addressed by Council prior to our next Council meeting, this would be your opportunity to do so. Seeing none, we'll move on. We have no public hearings, so we have the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
I just had to reconfirm that the B6, Mayor Herford, a letter from Patrick Weiler, our MP.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that at its appropriate time. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item B1 and B5, please.
Okay. Anyone else have anything they'd like to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll look for someone to move what's left of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So we'll deal with those three items that were pulled at the appropriate space in the agenda. So now we're on to consideration of first, second, and third readings. And first up, we have advisory design panel bylaw, and I will turn over to staff to run us through the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher, manager of the current planning team with the district. I'm here tonight to present an amendment bylaw to the advisory design panel bylaw for consideration of 3 readings. The district's advisory design panel is an independent professional body that advises municipal staff and council on development applications and occasionally on district policies. It is composed of 12 members. One of the seats has remained vacant for over 2 years, and therefore today's staff recommend amending the bylaw to replace the seat. This slide quickly highlights the current representation on the panel. The bylaw requires 3 architects nominated by AIBC, 2 landscape architects nominated by BCSLA, 3 members at large who reside in Squamish and have expertise in land development, 1 engineer nominated by their association, 1 member with expertise in accessible design, 1 with expertise in arts, culture, heritage, or First Nations culture, and 1 land developer. The seat designated for a professional engineer has been vacant for over 2 years. Staff recommend council amend the bylaw to replace the engineering seat with an additional member at large position. Staff are recommending this approach for the following reasons. After reviewing other panels in other municipalities throughout the province, it appears as though an engineering position is uncommon. It also appears that the district's panel size is larger than most. Given meeting attendance can be challenging, however, an additional member at large can help fill the need, ensuring that quorum can be met and applications can proceed to ADP in a reasonable timeline. So staff recommend that council give the advisory design panel amendment bylaw 3 readings. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Council questions? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Just the way the bylaw is written, would there be an expectation about whether one individual could or couldn't fulfill multiple of the criteria? So one person with expertise in arts and culture, one with expertise in accessibility, could one individual fill both of those criteria, or is it written such that you need distinct people?
Thank you through the chair. If I understand the question correctly, you would need 1 for each of those seats. So somebody may have expertise in multiple areas, but they would only fill 1 seat. So the seat for arts and culture, they may have expertise in other areas, but they wouldn't hold that seat for the other areas.
So is there a reason why we wouldn't want to, and in my mind, there's climate, which isn't mentioned here, which is another key piece. We have a lot of policy, and I would expect some of that expertise. But I guess my hope would be that all candidates would sort of be reviewed partially through this lens, and so you need sort of a minimum of 1 person with that. But if you have those levels of expertise across more individuals, that seems like it's a good thing. Like, is there a reason why we would sort of say there's 1 person in this sort of bucket for each of these criteria?
Through the mayor, and apologies if I don't hit the nail on the head here. We're looking for specific expertise on the panel to help evaluate development permits in their accordance with our development permit area guidelines. And these are the areas that have been identified within the bylaw. So somebody could have multiple expertise. Certainly that might help when vetting applications. However, the bylaw is looking for example, an architect, and they would be nominated by AIBC. That architect may have expertise in other areas, and that may be considered when we put forward nominations to council for consideration. But there's nothing to say they couldn't have more expertise.
And I guess, sort of, I have a possible draft amendment, but I was wondering, and whether I make it or ask staff to come back with it. But in my mind, a wording more like at least one person with expertise in accessibility, at least one individual with expertise in arts, culture, and heritage. Is there a reason to not have that sort of language? To me, that gets at the sort of idea that these things are important, and the more people with that expertise, the better, but we need at least one person with that expertise. Is there a challenge with articulating it that way?
Through the mayor, if I may ask a clarifying question, what's the intent of adding that language? At least one, if I may ask.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, it just sort of, and maybe this is my own misinterpretation, but I sort of see like we get one person, we check the box and we're good. Whereas if I say at least one, to me, what that's trying to convey is that this is really important. We would like this as much as possible. We need a minimum, and that's the minimum. And so if we have many good candidates and we're evaluating them, it's not like we get one and then we ignore that criteria. That sort of criteria of accessibility, experience, or so on is a lens we, we'll put several people, give them extra check boxes as we're evaluating it. And there are, a number of criteria, a number of applicants. And so just helping us assess and prioritize. And from my perspective, the more people that have accessibility experience or arts and culture experience, that's just a good thing. And so just trying to underscore that, I guess, really.
Through the mayor, the challenge that, and this is having not spent a lot of time thinking about it, but I think one of the challenges with the language, at least, is that often we have vacancies, and it's because we can't fill them. There's just not enough applicants. And we have certain members that need to be there, like a professional architect needs to be there for the meeting to have quorum. So we wouldn't want to get into a situation where we can't have a functional panel because one of the members is not, we can't find a member essentially. We could maybe expand the one of the positions, such as a member at large, because it talks about, somebody who has experience in so the member at large says 3 members at large who reside in Squamish and whose interest is in the design or construction field, including architects, engineers, development planners. And we could include under interest, anything that council decides should be included. That's an option.
But right now it's it's one person with accessibility, one person with arts, culture, heritage, and Indigenous experience. If it was at least one, you could still proceed with the, worst case with where we are now. So it wouldn't make it harder. It's just if there are multiple, that gives those folks an edge in the cases where you have multiple, if those things are a priority, I think, unless I'm missing something or.
I'll just see if there's a response, and I'll go to Councillor Stoner, who I believe has maybe a clarifying question for a colleague, but go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
If I might, through the chair to my colleague, this is a bylaw on how we establish the panel. It's not how we decide who gets the seats on the panel. So as written, there's at least one person with expertise in accessibility design and at least one member with expertise in public art culture. But the 4 members at large are decided based on the needs at the time, the vacancies that exist, and the requirements that are presented by the council of the day and the priorities that they set forth and how staff interpret those and then choose to review the. So I don't know if what you're actually looking for is more clarity on how people are selected for the general members at large. But we don't typically put into a bylaw the process for which we would select people. It's just the composition thereof. So I'm just seeking clarity from my colleague on what it is that you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my understanding, trying to walk a bit of a line here, is that our current process is to actually use what is in this bylaw as our selection criteria. And so that's why we don't have a separate policy or anything. And so this is currently our guidance. And so I'm trying to get guidance that aligns with some of our other policy. And if that's what I'm trying to get at, if an alternative is to maybe develop some policy but I still think, yeah.
I think just generally, I think we're getting into like the recruitment policy that would fill these seats. So this is about creating the framework that we need to fill, and then the process to fill that, I think, is separate. I think the language you're talking about, in my perception of it, is, you could take those one member with expertise in accessible design and so on, and increase the number of members at large, and they may have expertise in these areas. But I think that would actually weaken what you're trying to do is strengthen. I think it's in the strongest place that it can be. So I'm going to move on with our speakers list, unless you have other questions specifically and we can deal with that when we get to the contemplating the motion. So we got a little off. I lost my speakers list if I had one. Any other questions for staff before we get into a motion? Go ahead.
This may go way back into the history of the creation of this bylaw and the original composition of the committee, but do staff have any knowledge on the reason why an engineer was put on the panel originally? I see the challenge with having an engineer there now, just can't fill the seat. But are we giving up something that was perceived to be of high value that maybe we should push for instead of giving up?
Through the mayor, thank you for that question. In the time that I've been with the district, we've had the seat filled twice. We've often had difficulty filling the seat. And given the DP guidelines and our strong engineering capacity in-house, members often didn't have a ton to add to applications, not to discount their value, but we do have a rigorous process in-house for that. Why the seat exists, I'm not sure. The last time the advisory design panel bylaw was overhauled was 2013, I believe. So I would need to go back into the records.
I have a couple questions. The comment that our panel is larger than most, but we'd like to keep the size, but just change where those seats are allocated, was around quorum, but we're not proposing to change the quorum requirements, which would be another way to do this, to shrink it slightly, just maybe eliminate the engineering seat and adjust the quorum. So was that considered in your work to arrive at this piece?
Thank you for your patience. Through the mayor, the quorum is written into the bylaw. Theoretically, you could adjust the panel down by 2 members and the quorum would remain at 5. It's typically 50% of the panel. It's slightly less than that now. But we did not consider increasing or decreasing quorum.
And if I could just add, quorum used to be an issue years ago, and that's why we increased the number of members. And I don't believe it's been an issue recently.
I can add to that. We do often come close where we have only 6 or 7 people, and sometimes it is a bit close. So we like to avoid missing advisory design panel meetings. It limits what we can bring in terms of policies to panel when we don't have quorum, because we need to prioritize the development applications, and it would be nice to be able to continue to utilize the panel to their full potential.
Okay, thank you. That makes Yeah, that makes sense. So make sure that we're adjusting the right thing. Yeah, I'll just go around to, is there anyone that hasn't asked a question yet that would like to? Otherwise, I'll go to Councillor Pettingill. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. So just pondering some of the responses and comments from my colleagues. For the at least one person with accessibility experience, I can look to our all ages and ability plan and our OCP and the connection between accessibility and buildings and understand why that criteria is there. At least one member with experience in arts and culture and or Indigenous heritage, again, can look to our MOU and OCP and other policy and understand why that criteria is there. And the connection in terms of public art and naming and so on, building design. But for climate, that's missing. We have our community climate action plan, our very strong OCP, climate emergency, and a very tight connection between climate resilience and building design. So why those two and not the third one? Like if this isn't the place to sort of talk about the makeup, should we have none of them? Or if these are important here, is a reason why we haven't added or wouldn't add the climate, sort of a climate criteria?
Thank you through the mayor. For the purpose of tonight's presentation and what is proposed, it's operationally what we can present to council to keep advisory design panel operational. Researching a different type of seat or representation would be a bigger project that we don't have capacity for likely this year within our work plan. The positions typically are speaking to things that are within our policies for development permits. So within DPA 3, for example, there are DPA guidelines around accessibility. There are DPA guidelines around public art. With the climate one specifically, those have moved largely to bylaws now. So they're regulated through the building bylaw. So we rely less on our DP guidelines to achieve those things. It would be my only thought on that, but to look into it would be a project.
Do you have a follow-up question? Otherwise, I need to move on to. Okay, Councillor French moves the staff recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Yeah, it hasn't been seconded, so I'll go to my Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Thanks. And this is probably just an innocuous artifact from age long ago. Section 4.1b states that advisory design panel members referred to in part 3, which is what describes where each of the members must come from, what organizations they need to come from. It then lists must be selected from nominees submitted by Architectural Institute, et cetera, and the District of Squamish Public Art Select Committee, which I don't believe exists anymore. So has that been replaced by Art Squamish Arts Council, or is that position being filled as a member of large now? What's the current practice? That's probably an artifact.
You're right. That is an artifact and it should be changed in this amendment. Typically, that is the member at large position with experience in public art. Sorry, let me get the correct language there. In public art, culture, and heritage. And we normally reach out to the Squamish Arts, the SAC, Arts Council. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for bringing this up, Councillor Hamilton. In our package, I'm looking at the bylaw with the track changes. So page 37 of our 183-page agenda package, and it's showing in there still, and the District of Squamish Public Art Select Committee, respectfully. Should that language just come out, or should it be replaced with something else?
I would suggest that council could give first, second, and third reading to the bylaw as amended by deleting from section 4.1b District of Squamish Public Arts Select Committee and inserting at your discretion the Squamish Arts Council.
Was that the motion you're making, Councillor French?
That is exactly the motion I was thinking. It's amazing.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor French's motion? Thank you. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor French?
Yes, please. I would like to. So I'm feeling like this is a sensible move at this point, and I'm glad that we're doing this now, as opposed to waiting any longer with an advisory design panel that has vacant seats. This board regularly has 3 or more of its volunteer members not in attendance. So I think that it's important to have all 12 of those seats on board and filled to ensure that we don't run into quorum problems. As I remember, a bunch of years ago was an issue. It's just so that when we set a meeting for the board, it actually meets because the quorum is there. And also in supporting this motion, that's come to us from staff, Mayor Herford, I want to acknowledge the long-term commitment of ADP member Sara Tippler. She's the advisory design expert on the panel, and Ms. Tippler has been on the ADP for as long as I can remember. I watched some of those ADP segments. She's a reliable attendee. She makes valuable contributions to each and every meeting that she attends. So I'm hoping that the new members that are added to this panel as we move forward will bring the same level of commitment that we've seen from Ms. Tippler.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton as a seconder. Comments?
Thanks, staff, for bringing forward these sort of house cleaning. This is a little bit more than house cleaning, but little updates to our bylaws that are really important to keep us current. Mostly, I really want to say thank you to the ADP members who do serve our community. They bring their expertise to our community for no remuneration, which is highly appreciated. So thank you to the ADP members who do come, and I agree with trying to make it as easy as possible for them to show up to a meeting and have it go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'd like to voice some caution regarding identifying replacing the District of Squamish Public Art Select Committee with Squamish Arts. And for the reason that although in our public art policy, Squamish Arts is designated as our capital P, capital A public arts advisor. That is its role in our policy. However, Squamish Arts has no ties to heritage programming, and there are a number of people around town that would be well motivated, might be, in fact, I do know some persons who would be well motivated to apply for the advisory design panel to serve in this area that are not affiliated with Squamish Arts. So it's not a biggie. I'm not going to be voting against the resolution, but I just caution the assumption that we're going to use this particular association to cover this field, which is in fact very diverse with a large number of highly motivated individuals in the field not affiliated with Squamish Arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. I'll support the motion on the floor. I think that this makes good sense, especially as we've moved a number of our more technical DP guidelines to actually kind of be staff reviewed. And they're delegated, I think is the word that I'm looking for. And so they aren't typically discussed at ADP or at this table. And so well, I think that there was probably good rationale at the time for inclusion. I think with the fact that we're having a hard time filling the seat and the shift in our approach around delegating authority for those particular technical guidelines makes good sense for the change that's presented in front of us today. I hear Councillor Anderson's caution around how we fill roles and the questions that Councillor Pettingill is raising around some further clarity on how we perhaps have a bit of a matrix around how we fill the director at large seats, especially as there becomes more of them. And we know that there's lots of folks who want to participate in this design panel. And so just some transparency on that going forward would probably be worthwhile, but I don't think we need to bog down the bylaw itself in doing that work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just one minor thing. Again, I support the change with the sort of primary change that staff is asking for here. It was mentioned, I think, in the motion about Squamish Arts Council, but it is just Squamish Arts. So make sure we get that as this moves forward. I would like to test an amendment and would speak to it if seconded, that a new item be added to section 3.1 for one member with experience in design that adequately responds to our climate emergency. And I will speak to that if seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. Is that right? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I do think this is important. Again, when I look at what our policy says versus what's in here, this is a gap, and I don't think this requires a lot of study. As I've seen the applicants, I think they meet this criteria who we already have. So this isn't an onerous, like, you know, this is just bringing this into consistency with our other policy. And I think it's important for us to, because our council has for the last 2 terms anyways, put a significant focus on building design and the impact on the climate emergency. So again, this is just brings alignment with all of our existing policies. So I see this as a basically an administrative change. I would also say that, sorry, lost my train of thought here. Still coming back from the holidays. But again, I don't think this requires it doesn't require a change in the makeup. It's consistent with who we have. It's a minor administrative thing. Again, just policy consistency.
Okay, so just I see our corporate officer wants to chime in. I just have a quick question and clarity. You're proposing you're adding a member to the panel. Where is this language inserted again? Or can we have the motion to the?
Sorry, adds a new item to section 3.1 for 1 member with experience in design that adequately responds to our climate emergency.
I believe that's adding a member. I'm going to go to with the language as written. So I'm going, if that's not the intent, I'm going to go to Miss our corporate officer just to check with get that feedback, and then we'll continue. Go ahead.
That was what I would like to clarify by adding an additional line member to 3.1. It will increase the number of members on the panel to 13. I want to ensure that that is council's intent, because we will have to change other language within the bylaw if that is the case.
I'll come back to you for comment. I just want to say that I think what may accomplish what you're setting out to do is the language around the members at large, the criteria there. That's adding language there would not add a seat, but would provide some guidance to selection of those members at large, just as a suggestion. With what we heard for a corporate officer, do you have and maybe my comments, would you have an additional comment at this time, or should I go around the table?
So sorry for if I put it in 4, because it is not my intent to increase the numbers, but just to make sure that it is as explicitly identified as important as the other things aligned with our policy, accountability and culture, heritage, First Nations.
My suggestion is 3.1G, 4 members at large who reside in Squamish, and then it goes into the language there. That I think could be an area to highlight it without adding a seat, just to add clarity of the types of expertise we may see. I'm going to leave that with you. You can ponder that while we go around for comments on this. Councillor Green, I'll go to you as a seconder. Do you have comments on what's proposed here?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about adding a person to the board, but I do think it's really important that we have that expertise represented. Because otherwise it's just falling to people. Well, it just puts it in the front of mind for the design of the buildings that are being built in our community. And I think that in this time of climate crisis, where we're seeing heat domes, and we're seeing, massive amounts of rainfalls and all these other, abnormal weather events effectively, I think it's important to have somebody who has that front of mind and who has that kind of forward-looking thought in a position like this, to make sure that that perspective is being accounted for.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Proposal for another possible solution. Effectively, what the staff recommendation is to remove the engineer position and put it as a member, turn members at large from 3 to 4. Perhaps, Councillor Pettingill, if you put a motion forward to rather than remove section 3.1C, replace section 3.1C with one member with expertise in whatever sustainability, environmental sustainability, whatever words you want to put at the end of for that member.
Okay, yeah, no suggestions for what may be supportable are encouraged here, but what is proposed is what we're trying to debate as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. While I appreciate, I think where my council colleague is trying to go, I think we have in the past specifically selected folks who have experience in step code. It is an important component of our policy. It is, as staff have suggested, embedded in the zero carbon step code that we have adopted. And so I think there's a stronger mechanism here in place to achieve the climate components. As well, the advisory design panel is about reviewing against our existing guidelines. So while I appreciate the importance of having some expertise in that field, I feel like most of the folks presented are constantly considering those components because it's just part of the world that we live in, as Councillor Greenlaw just said. And so I don't think that us going down the rabbit hole of tweaking the bylaw and the composition of the ADP without staff's further gut check is necessarily a wise move this evening. We could potentially, if we feel really strongly about it, direct staff to go back and as they had mentioned, put it on their work plan for an additional project to amend it. But I think that that is a bigger conversation. From my experience sitting around this table and appointing folks, like it's the decision of council. We review the applications as presented. We prioritize the things that are important to us around this table and to our community and to the policy that we have set out. And so I think we've done a fairly good job of recognizing that that is an expertise that we'd like around the table. And I'm not overly concerned with putting it in the bylaw as presented. There's also strong language in the bylaw around the importance of ADP panel members actually considering the environmental components of buildings and greenhouse gas emissions. And so it's part of the work that they do as per the bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French, comment?
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I won't be supporting the amendment. Fairly similar to Councillor Stoner's thoughts. I'll be a little more concise. I heard staff say this is a project, and at this time they don't have capacity to take it on. So it's not a simple administrative change. We're talking about bylaw language that would need coordination from planning staff over to legislative services, and we're not going to do that here tonight. I might entertain a motion to have staff add this to their work plan as part of a bigger project in the future, but this amendment doesn't work for me.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'll also not be supporting the motion proposed, although I support its general drift. We have a number of tools with which to apply climate action to our building programs. Ms. Fletcher has referred to our building bylaw. We have also within our development community a number of people with significant expertise, in fact, leading edge expertise. These people are already present in the advisory design panel or certainly come forward in connection with projects. I think a better approach is to approach it as a project, is to give it to or refer it to a community climate action plan review, where that might be a forum to review policies and tactics towards how we achieve green building. And maybe there's something to do with an advisory design panel, but that's the place for it, to look more broadly at the different tools we have towards green building and reducing carbon footprint in buildings. Thank you.
I'll make some comments of my own, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Pettingill. I won't be supporting the motion. I think one of the reasons that we're here discussing this tonight is making this more functional, easier to fill the seats, more flexibility, and easier to achieve quorum. So what's proposed is as it's stated, is adding a seat would add a seat to a panel that's already above average and a very prescriptive seat at that. I think that the goals here, as others have stated, are achieved through other processes. And also inside of the bylaw we're considering, the members at large, I think adding some language there might be appropriate and wouldn't change the composition of the board, and it would be that would be a minimal adjustment. However, I think as presented, I won't be supporting the motion for those reasons. And we all have external appointments, and many of us have multiples over time, and the ability having these seats be so prescriptive is really, really challenging. And I have some concerns around that. I think that there's some way to work with the quorum language as well, to maybe have it say something around the majority of the currently appointed panel, or something like that might also help to ensure that quorum can be met, as that quorum number is quite fixed even when there's vacant seats. But that's a different piece of this puzzle. And I will go back to you now, Councillor Pettingill. I would suggest that I haven't heard support for this around the table, so this might be an opportunity for this to fail. You can try a different motion, but I'll let you speak to it before I call the question.
Yeah, so again, I don't read it as this requiring extra members. I hear from staff that this would require an extra member, which was not my intent. I just want that criteria, so anyways, I will vote against this too, because again, an extra member was not my intent. After we vote on this, though, I will try an alternate motion.
Okay, so I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor and opposed? So we have unanimous opposition to the amendment. Councillor Pettingill.
Sorry, I'll wait until after the vote on this motion.
On the motion itself. Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? So with that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor and opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councillor Pettingill, do you have something for us?
Yep. Take an attempt that staff bring back a very brief update to the ADP bylaw that maintains the number of members at large, but identifies the clear criteria of accessibility, arts and culture heritage, Indigenous heritage, and the climate emergency. And I will speak to it if seconded.
Is there a seconder? Go ahead. Yep. Councillor Greenlaw seconds.
So listening to the conversation, I didn't hear any desire to increase the numbers. It's not my intention to. We have identified things that we think are important. We have said, as it stands now, we're only looking for one person with that expertise. I think our desire is for these things to be present in many of the members. And so this aims to reduce the complexity of getting members. We want at least some of that expertise, but whether it's 1 or 2 or 20, doesn't matter. And I think this should not be, again, I believe the current membership, as I see it, already has this expertise. So this is just bringing compliance. Again, I think this is administrative, brings compliance and consistency with our existing policy. One reason why I think this is important, right now we're not using ADP as a tool directly for climate stuff, but I've heard from Liz Stone at many other forums and so on that it can be a very critical tool. And we don't update our ADP bylaw every time we update our policies, losing the acronym now. I think we shouldn't just rely on the fact that, well, at the moment we're not using our policies for the climate piece. We have in the past, and we may again. It is a very effective tool to do so. And so I think just this cleanup makes sense. And it shouldn't be, in my mind, if I could just take a half hour to get some better wording, it would be sufficient wording. I'm just not going to do that right now.
Other comments on this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stone.
I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I still don't think it's entirely clear what we're asking staff to do. We just passed 3 readings of an amendment to the bylaw, and we're asking them to go back and amend it again. I would encourage my council colleague to take some time and bring back a notice of motion with the proposed recommendations as he sees he may want them to move forward, but I think direction as presented is unclear to staff.
Thank you. Other comments? I won't be supporting the motion. I think that a path forward here may have been to give less than 3 readings with some work on the wording if we really wanted to get it there. This bylaw hopefully will be updated more frequently than it has as things change. But at this point, this is, by supporting it in the last motion, is moving forward through staff's work plan onto other more substantive matters that we know that there's a long list. So I won't be supporting the motion, although I do understand. I think I understand what we're trying to get at with this, but I don't think this is an appropriate course of action at this point in time. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Stoner, Hamilton, French, Anderson, Mayor Herford opposed. Motion fails. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 7A2, District of Squamish 2026 to 2035 10-year financial plan, bylaw number 3213, 2025. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Good evening and Happy New Year, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Boxter, General Manager of Financial IT and Procurement Services, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm joined today by Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and we are here this evening to bring forward the 3 readings of 26 to 2035 Financial Plan Bylaw. The staff recommendation before you is that the District of Squamish 2026 to 2035 Financial Plan Bylaw 3213 2025 be given first, second, and third readings. Each year, we work towards adoption of the budget in December to enable staff to begin work on the financial plan initiatives immediately in January of the following year. However, due to the labor dispute in October, many elements of the financial planning process were delayed, resulting in 3 readings coming before Council today, with the anticipated adoption planned for next week on January 13th. During this financial plan cycle, Council and district staff have convened for 7 Council workshops and over 30+ hours of Council agenda time over the course of the last 4 months. During the financial plan workshops, Council provided staff with feedback, revisions, and additional direction on various operation budgets, special operating budgets, initiatives, and capital projects. In addition to the Council workshops, the district has conducted several public engagement opportunities, including the online at Let's Talk Squamish, the Mayor's Drop-In, and the Budget Information Night on December 10th. This financial plan marks a major milestone for the district as we complete the district's first ever 10-year financial plan. This important and progressive initiative positions the district as one of the few communities in BC to have completed this best practice as recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. This significant body of work is something that council, community, and staff should be very proud of, as it will strengthen the district's ability to address short-term needs and challenges with a view on long-term financial sustainability, predictable taxation, and ensures adequate reserves to fund the district's capital program. In addition, this year we introduced several key procedures to strengthen the financial planning process and support the development of the 10-year financial plan and future initiatives. In early 2025, the district established a cross-departmental capital committee to oversee the district's entire capital program, including financial planning and risk management. The committee's vision is to create a more systematic and holistic approach to capital planning, developing stronger processes, policies, and reporting, while aligning all divisions toward common goals. Key priorities include managing risk, setting clear project prioritization, raising sufficient reserves through long-term planning to stabilize tax and utility rates, and ensuring long-term decision-making to advance the district's strategic plan. The committee also focuses on leveraging limited resources, improving transparency, improving processes, and building organizational expertise and oversight for best practices and training. The Recreation Center Task Force was formed with which is a centralized coordinating body similar to the Capital Committee, but with a specific and focused mandate on Brennan Park Recreation Center and immediately adjacent areas, with the intent of bringing all Brennan Park related capital projects under one coordinated framework as the district and community explore facility expansions and upgrades. In late 2025, we launched the district's first full financial plan online and interactive digital format through the budget book software platform. This comprehensive feature follows Government Finance Officers Association best practices and includes key details such as the district's financial framework and policies, informative pages on budget principles, basis of accounting, financial architecture, expenditure categories, detailed departmental operational budgets, reserve continuities, and project-specific budget information. Once adopted, the full 26 to 2035 budget book format will be made available as well. In terms of key metrics, the 10-year plan includes revenues of 1.45 billion, expenses of 1 billion, reserve contributions of 274 million, reserve and provision uses of 256 million, and debt principal repayments of 54 million. The capital plan is valued at 347 million over the next 10 years, which includes replacement of infrastructure assets as outlined in the asset management plan and new capital assets as guided by the district's various master plans. In addition, the district will take ownership of the Chikai barrier in 2026 with a capital asset value of $100 million. The capital plan is funded by 232 million in reserves, 226 million in grants, 12.5 million in DCCs and CACs, 75 million in borrowing, and 1.5 million in other sources. Debt service levels is anticipated to reach a maximum of 17%, noting that the provincial regulation limits municipalities to 25%, and the district's policy further limits the district to 20%. The average year-over-year increase in taxation is projected to be 8.3%.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Turner, Director of Financial Planning and Reporting, and my pronouns are she, her. The 2026 to 35 financial plan, as presented in Bylaw 3213, reflects a total 2026 operating budget of 82.2 million, which includes 65.5 million for general fund operating expenses and 16.6 million for the district's utilities. Presented here is a summarized version, where you can see for 2026, revenues total 209 million, including taxation revenue of 59 million, fees and charges, including utility fees of 26 million, other revenue, including investment income, grants, and contributions of 118 million, noting that this includes the 100 million contributed asset representing the Chikai debris flow barrier, and funding for capital projects such as external grants of 7 million. Expenses total 95 million, including 73 million for the general fund and 22 million for district's utilities. This results in a surplus of 115 million, which is distributed to amortization in the amount of 12 million, borrowing proceeds of 9 million, less debt principal payments of 4 million, capital expenditures of 142 million, again noting that this includes the capitalization of 100 million for the contributed Chikai debris flow barrier, transfers from reserves and provisions of 27.4 million, which includes funding of multiple capital and operating projects, and transfers to reserves and provisions of 17.9 million, which includes the annual reserve contributions under the asset management reserve funding strategy, for example. And after these adjustments is the balanced financial plan. For 2026, the general fund property tax revenue requirement is 56.1 million, which represents an increase of 12.8%, or 6.4 million over 2025, and equates to approximately $382 for the average residential taxpayer. The tax revenue requirement includes the pre-commuted changes to general fund operating revenues and expenditures, reserve contributions under the asset management reserve funding strategy, service level changes, and special operating projects funded by taxation. Tax rates will be set in April following the release of the final property assessments received by BC Assessment in March. And this slide illustrates the projected tax impact of the financial plan over the next 10 years. As a reminder, the 10-year financial plan is just a directional tool and includes several assumptions based on historical trends, labor contract forecasts, inflation, and cost increases. As noted on this slide, for 2027, the financial plan forecasts an average year-over-year increase of 8.3% over the 10 years, which includes a tax increase of 13% in 2027, followed by an increase of 12.9% in 2028. The notable increases in 2027 and 28 are largely due to the increased cost of RCMP member contracts, which have been smoothed in using the protective services provision, increased debt servicing costs due to the completion of major capital projects funded by borrowing, and service level changes, including additional fire services staffing and transit expansion. In September of 2023, Council endorsed the Asset Management Reserve Funding Strategy to provide a target reserve contribution strategy to work towards sustainable reserves for a long-term capital program. The 10-year plan anticipates that with the recommended contribution rate for years 2026 to 32, the district's capital reserves will accumulate to the targeted average annual capital spend by 2033. Therefore, the annual contribution under the reserve funding strategy is expected to decrease to approximately 1.5% at that time. However, this projection will be contingent on the asset management plan update results and subsequent funding strategy reviews. And that concludes our brief presentation, so I'll turn it back to Council.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There's an excellent summary of 30 hours. That's the first time I heard that number, 30 hours of our work in this room and countless hours leading to that on staff's behalf. So thank you so much. Council, questions about what we've heard? We're also just reminded that we have spent 30 hours on this subject, so we're all fairly familiar with it. We do have the recommendation if we're there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks so much to staff for the ongoing work in navigating us through our first 10-year financial plan. Just a few questions on some of the schedules as presented, and I think your presentation answered some of them, but Schedule B in the staff report, which is the distribution of funding sources, shows higher developer contributions in Squamish for 2026 than the BC average by quite substantially. My guess is that's a result of inheriting the Chikai debris flow barrier, but can I just clarify that is the case?
Through the chair, that's the case.
And then the following table under section 2 shows 57% of revenue coming from other sources. And I'm just wondering what is considered other in that table.
While staff's looking that up, Councillor Stoner, could you give us a page number in the agenda? I'm scrolling quickly to find it. No? Okay, that's fine. 103 and 104. Thank you.
Through the chair. So the other revenue, it includes the SSSD contribution of 4 million, other capacity funding, program revenues, permit revenue, rentals, leases, those types of revenues as well.
How does that differentiate from sales of service? Sales, I guess, would sales of service then be business licensing and things like that?
Through the chair. So that would be fees and charges. So rezoning fees, engineering service agreements, user fees, and licenses and permits as well.
Thank you for that clarity. My other question was just reviewing the reserve continuity schedules. Can you just clarify, is the capital rehab general reserve the same as the general operating reserve, or are those separate?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, that is separate. So that's the general capital reserve. The general operating reserve is a separate reserve.
And we don't have a continuity schedule for that, or did I just miss it?
We do have a continuity schedule. We just haven't published it, but we certainly can in the future.
That would be helpful. And then I think I asked this question in one of our deliberations, but the capital rehab general reserve fund gets really, really lean at the end of this year. And so I'm just curious, how do we manage if there's cost overrun in a project, if there's something unexpected that occurs that needs that funding? Can we use the general operating reserve? Like, how do we bridge that until we get a more substantive reserve? And why are we not increasing the amount that's going into that reserve this year?
Thank you for the question. There's been a lot of discussion around that particular low level in 2026 at the Capital Committee. So the idea is that we will stay within budget, and if we don't, we bring it back to council. We'll have a further discussion on what we'd have to remove, that we don't have the luxury of just increasing any of these budgets and then utilizing the reserve. We can certainly loan from one reserve to another. It would not be recommended to loan it from the general operating reserve. That is really for emergencies and operating specific items, but we certainly can do that. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. There was one other question that you added to that.
I think that covers it. It's more so just what happens if there's cost overruns or something substantial happens that would require that funding, and we just deal with that as it comes.
Just popped back into my head. We oftentimes have actual less than required. So we will also be managing whether or not there be projects that won't actually come to fruition in 2026 as well. So there is that leveraging of that as well.
Thank you. Council, other questions? We do have the recommendation before us. Councillor Pettingill, or
Yeah, a couple high level ones. So I understand BC Assessment will be coming up with their numbers in a little while, and we'll deal with the mill rates and so on. And you did talk a little bit about, so this 12.8 is the change in the total requirement, not the impact to a typical homeowner. Another piece of that is non-market change. Do we have an inkling of where that looks like it's going to be?
Thank you for the question. We just received an inkling today. So we have the first draft, and it's subject to change. So it's not the final. It's at 2.33%. It's our first blush that we get. Typically we get it in December. For whatever reason, BC Assessments didn't get it out until January this year.
Okay, and so just for clarity, when will we put that together with the assessments and the mill rate and sort of be able to say to people, this is in practical terms where you're ending up?
Thank you. Through the mayor, that typically happens at the tax rate bylaw time, so just around April.
Okay, thank you. And then this is one, staff may not be able to answer this, but going through all of this, I remembered, I wasn't quite comfortable, I don't think, with the way we use council contingency to deal with the remuneration. I think, though, I believe it was just left a comment, but do we know, will the remuneration, I really struggle with that word, will that include a review of what an appropriate contingency level is? Is that something we just left to discussion, or is that something that might be included in this review?
Through the chair, that has not been in scope. So the actual contingency level was not part of the scope of the remuneration project. The specific discussion around remuneration is really about how much the council would be getting paid, not how much would be in a budget line. That is definitely subject to council prerogative on what you want to set your contingency at. And it would be a different body of work.
Okay. I may have at least comments about that.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for that information on the non-market change. Very, very interesting. If I know it doesn't quite work like this, but if we were to ballpark the impact of that 2.3%, I think you said, non-market change, would that mean that the impact to an existing taxpayer we could expect to be around 10.5%, or is that totally not the way that math works?
To the chair, it's high level the way the math works, but noting that every residential or commercial it depends on their assessed value and comparative to their neighbors, et cetera, et cetera.
And it depends on where that growth happened, in which classes, et cetera. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I will move 3 readings as recommended in our agenda package. If it's seconded, Councillor French, thank you. Thank you to all of our staff, particularly our finance staff, but over the many hours of discussion of this budget, we've had a full house and then some advising us on the many aspects of this. I'm excited to be part of this 10-year financial plan. I think the scale of challenges that we're facing as a community are such that this is a step that was needed to really fully understand what it's going to take to take on those big challenges we're facing as a community. So thank you for the heavy lifting of this. The piece that the space that we find ourselves in particularly with our facilities deficit, which is one of the main drivers here, is something that I hope that the community never has to face to the same scale in future. And I'm particularly proud of the contributions to our asset management plan, so that in the future, when we're all have moved on, future councils and the future community won't be in such a dire state at any point in time, because we've taken the responsible step of making these substantial financial contributions to our asset management plan. So thank you for your guidance in that, staff, and thank you to my colleagues for the constructive conversations over many months around this table that has led to where we are here today. So thank you so much. And I will now go around for comments. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. This is actually a challenging bylaw for me to support because it is going to cause real financial pain for our lowest income earners. The property tax increase that's on the way in the year ahead will cause some folks to make the tough choice to leave Squamish. I've been told by a few people that they can't afford the property tax increase that they expect to see in this tax year, next year, and in 28, on top of the increases of the 2 previous years. So having said that, the district employees who drafted this budget, I believe, did an excellent job of keeping the year-over-year tax increase to 12.8%. It could have been a lot worse. And we, as a council, have collectively looked at these numbers, trying to find places to cut, items that could potentially be deferred or delayed, or projects that we can somehow use other people's money to pay for. Staff has looked hard, we've looked hard, and I think we've all exhausted those efforts. All the nooks, all the crannies have been checked, and where we've landed, as tough as it will be for some people, I think is the best scenario for the year ahead. And the main thing that I want to focus on in putting my support behind the financial plan is the fact that the biggest chunk of this budget is going to pay the wages of the hardworking district QP members, our firefighters, the RCMP members that are here in Squamish, our contractors, and of course our exempt staff as well. And staff pointed out 10-year financial plan. Traditionally, council has passed 5-year plans. And by looking 10 years out into the future, councils will have a better long-term view on impacts to things like property taxation, master plan funding needs, wage and benefit costs, reserve fund values, and there's a bunch more things, but I'll stop there. This is a bold change to go to 10 years, implemented by district staff that I think have done an excellent job of leading the way to get to this 10-year marker. So Mayor Herford will be voting in favor of the first 3 readings of the 2026 to 2035 10-year financial plan.
Thank you. I'll just come around if I'm assuming everyone has comments or.
Yeah, I do have some challenges with this. I know we've done a lot of work. It was the labor disruption did really, I think, make it more challenging for me to wrap my head around pieces of this. And so there's a few pieces I think I'm still not comfortable with. I will say that my read of where things are, I think it may be best to deal with some of those in a spring budget amendment, if at all. And so I may comment on some of those things tonight, but will be supporting this budget as it is for now. I will say this is a tough one in terms of the numbers as well. I think as the mayor has said, we have tackled the infrastructure deficits faced by many communities. We have tackled it head on. We took that commitment and knew that there were going to be a few pretty tough years, and that's what it would take to get on top of this. We are coming, and in retrospect, we had a number of years of below average tax increases. And that has meant, comparatively speaking, where we are now more necessary and a sharper contrast. And, we may have been better to be at 9% or 8% year after year for several years instead of 4, 4, 5, 12, which is where we find ourselves now. Over a 10-year period, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But when you see that jump, it does hurt. I acknowledge this is a tough budget, but it's one where we have said there are challenges and we're going to meet them head on as a community. And as I've talked to people, it is very few that have said you need to keep the taxes low. That's my number one priority, is lowering the taxes. The number one priority has been another rink, another pool, and that is the message that has come across pretty clear. I will say that for me, I'm not sure we're getting the mark on our idea committee. Some correspondence and things going on in the community and in the world makes me think we may need some more outward focus there sooner rather than later. And so that's a piece that I want to dig into more in the spring budget amendment. It's a small thing, but the removal of the trails and snow removal machine. We had windstorm and a couple of events, and when I think about, and some of my colleagues have raised it in the past, and I know we sort of said we didn't actually need these, but I just want to dig into that a little bit more. So I will just be asking questions about that in the spring. Just when I see some of the experiences in some of these events, I just wonder, is there a way we could or should be actually prioritizing that even more than we are? And I don't know that is the answer, but and it's not a question I can ask tonight, but I'm just flagging that. The final piece is arts, culture, and heritage. We've had some correspondence there, and we have taken, I think, a bold step in terms of moving forward on arena and pool and so on. Different communities in our community have taken different approaches to advocacy, and I'm not sure we're meeting everyone's needs fairly. And so I have some discomfort there, and over the next couple months, I'll be giving that some thought for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson? No. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks very much for all the work. It's the first time I heard the 30 hours, and I thought to myself, really? But yeah, yeah. And in that 30 hours, I have certainly voiced concerns and challenges, and we've debated those. So as my council colleagues and staff know, I'm not 100% in line with everything in this budget, but that's not to be expected because council made decisions and considerations on each item that we felt we needed to bring forward individually. So on a whole, I am supportive of this budget. I think it is a responsible, fiscally responsible way forward for the next 10 years. My primary concerns moving into the future, and this is echoing things I've expressed concerns over already, are capital cost overruns. And it's, when I say overrun, that doesn't just mean overrun. It means the difference between our projected capital cost and what the end cost is. So when we have an overrun, that's a combination of two things. It could be too low a projection. It could be some unforeseen overrun. And I just think we need to look at both sides of those very carefully because with capital cost overruns going in the 50% to 100% range from cost A estimates, I'm struggling to see how we can really stick to a budget when our capital costs are so fluctuate so much. One thing I'll be keeping my eye on are the unfunded capital projects lists. I think that's a fantastic addition to our budget this year, rather than staff trying to fit in these pieces where we don't know where the funding is coming from within the budget. Just make this list of unfunded capital budget items. I think that's a great addition, and I look forward to hashing that out some more, understanding those in a little bit more detail. And regarding the taxation increase, absolutely many members of our community will find a 10% to 13% tax increase very challenging. The overwhelming voice, or the voice that I think I hear most often from community members, is that I don't mind spending more money on taxes as long as it's spent efficiently. And I think that that should be all of our focus, is on making sure that we spend our tax money efficiently. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will be supporting the motion on the floor, and like my council colleagues, will thank staff, those around the horseshoe, as well as all of the members in the community who participated in raising their voice and their priorities for our first ever 10-year financial plan. I will continue to sing this from the rooftops. Like, we are one of the first communities in the province to do this. It was a core part of the work that we prioritized as a council coming in a few years ago into our term. And it was no light lift. It took a lot of time, a lot of energy. It's really reoriented how we do our work at the district. And I think it really is starting to establish some of the core components that I continue to hear from our community around transparency, efficiency, better understanding of how we're spending our resources, and most importantly, how we plan for that over the long term. As we kicked off the budget process, I think staff flagged it very well, or contextualized it really well. And the question that we were trying to grapple with, and we always grapple with, is how do we continue to manage for future growth, upgrade our facilities and infrastructure, and create complete neighborhoods that meet our community needs, all while ensuring that the tax increases to residents and businesses are manageable. And that's like an impossible puzzle in some ways, but I feel like we got pretty close. To my council colleagues' comments, like the numbers are hard, certainly. And I also think as you start to look out at the 10-year financial plan, the first 3 years are the most certain. They do have tax increases, but we also see the benefits of doing the asset management reserve early on, and hopefully seeing that amend over time and lessening, because we're putting up the money in the forefront. I think that investing $374 million in capital over the next 10 years with a growing list of unfunded capital projects that we know our community is asking for is no small feat. It speaks to the amount of effort and energy that is going into renewing the infrastructure and making sure that we are keeping up with growth. So folks who say that we're not doing it, the numbers just don't pan out. We are doing it, and we're planning for it, and we're investing in it in a way that is clear and transparent and meaningful. And I think, like others, there's some give and take in this. There's more questions I would always like to ask. And I think the details will come out as we continue to actually go out to tender for some of these projects and implement the 2026 portion of this 10-year financial plan. But just another word of thanks for getting us to where we are. As staff have mentioned time and time again, the 10-year financial plan is a directional tool. It is not perfect, especially as you get out to year 10. But it is definitely way better than just not having anything because you need some sort of guidance as you get out to those further years. So thanks for the work. Thanks for the many hours in this room and to all the committee members who participated in the process along the way.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, speaking in support of the motion, there's not much that I can say that hasn't been said already. But I want to thank staff again for all this hard work. I do feel like it's very important for municipalities to have a significant amount of financial prudence. And I feel like I know that year 10 of this plan is probably not 100% accurate, but I think it's important to have that laneway, mapped out so that people around this table, but also people in community can see what large scale expenditures are coming down the pipe, how we're planning for it, and just to keep that in front of mind. Obviously echoing concerns about the increased tax rates, but unfortunately that's where our municipalities are. I was reading an article yesterday in the CBC about it being a continent-wide problem of the chronic, infrastructure is failing across Canada for municipalities. Calgary again had their water main explode over the Christmas periods, and our provincial and federal governments are funding the wrong kinds of pipelines. We need water to municipalities. So anyways, I'm sure I'll go off on that later on today, but just thank you for the work. And I do think it's important to keep these long-term financial obligations front of mind for us and for the public. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, Council, I think we've earned, we'll recess for 10 minutes. So we'll give staff an opportunity to get set up for the next presentation and an opportunity for us to stretch our legs before we dig into our next item. So we'll recess the meeting and we'll reconvene at 7:40. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are on item 7A3, District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011, amendment bylaw number 3204-2025. And this is for lot 15 Aspen Road. I will turn over to staff to introduce themselves and run us through their presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Philip Gibbons with Community Development. And this evening, as the Mayor mentioned, we'll be presenting a rezoning proposal for Lot 15 Aspen Road in the North Yards neighbourhood. And this is Council's first time seeing this proposal. So the subject site, it's an irregular shaped lot in the corner of Aspen Road and Pioneer Way. The lot is currently undeveloped and approximately 8,490 square meters in size. It's to the north is the future Pioneer Way connection, which wrap around the north and west. And the proposed government road supportive and affordable housing project is also northwest. The west is a lot 14 Aspen Road, which is a proposed rezoning, and there is vacant Crown land to the east and the south. Applicable district land use regulations outlined on this slide, along with the zoning map. So the OCP land use designation is residential neighborhood, and the current zoning C13 neighborhood node commercial. Subject to a number of development permit areas, 1 for environment, 2 for flood hazard, 3 for form and character, and 11 wildfire. And it's also in the flood hazard area. So this application proposes to rezone the subject site from that C13 neighborhood node commercial to a new CD zone, comprehensive development 120, to develop a 6-story mixed-use rental building with approximately 150 units, a 393 square meter commercial unit, and 10 live-work units. The first story will be elevated above a story of bicycle and car parking, and will include the commercial, the live workspaces, the indoor amenity areas, and some residential uses. And then the levels above will be a mix of different residential use types, 20% of which will be 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom plus den. So the proposed the comprehensive development zone is tailored to this proposal. The zone differs from the existing C13 zone, making the following changes to density, building height, setbacks, off-street parking rates, and commercial use requirement as shown on the slide and to be discussed on subsequent slides. So the proposal is a six-story built form to support an increase in density from 0.8 to 1.8 floor area ratio. And this is less than the OCP policy, which proposes up to 2.5 floor area ratio, where employment space ratio of 40% is achieved. A 6-story formula's location is anticipated to have minimal impacts due to no neighbouring developments, so therefore solar and view impacts will be minimal. The subject site is roughly triangular in shape, and reduced building setbacks are proposed to maximise building efficiency on what is an irregular shaped lot. And the reduced building setbacks along Pioneer Way are not going to impact any neighbouring properties. And this site plan also shows the building being located on the west of the site, which is the top of the slide, with an outdoor patio area to the north and the surface parking making up the remainder of the lot. So the zoning bylaw has a requirement for the development as proposed for 287 parking spaces. The applicant has proposed a parking plan which includes 180 spaces, which maximizes all of the area under the building, which is below the flood construction level, and surface parking at the front of the building. This will include 1 space per unit and 17 visitor and commercial spaces. And this proposal is consistent with the parking rate applied to downtown Squamish, also included in the Garibaldi Estates neighbourhood plan and the new residential 1 zone. Bicycle parking is proposed to meet the zoning bylaw requirements. Staff support the proposed parking rate due to the project being 100% market rental. The location on frequent transit network, consistency with district policy for removing or reducing parking minimums. The site is located close to the business park, which includes employment and other amenities such as supermarket and restaurants and the like. Feasibility of market rental projects typically requires concessions such as parking or open space, which is in line with district policy. As a comparison, a review of other zoning bylaws done as part of a Metro Vancouver parking study highlighted that all but one of the municipalities had a parking requirement equal to or less than one for market rental projects. The provided parking spaces additionally would not be in individual garages, so could not be used for storing sporting equipment or other items. They must be used for parking. Commercial space. The proposed zoning currently permits neighbourhood commercial uses. The zoning currently permits neighbourhood commercial uses, which is going to be continued with the new zoning. The proposal includes 10 live-work units, with the commercial component highlighted in light blue. It looks kind of darker blue on this slide. The units will form a row of commercial frontages facing the parking lot, which will likely be used for startup type businesses or personal services, which could be businesses such as therapists, notaries, photographers, or personal trainers or the like. The larger commercial space highlighted in red has been designed for childcare use and includes the required outdoor space on the outdoor patio shown adjacent and required parking. The employment space ratio is lower than the OCP policy of 40%. However, staff support the proposal as it maximizes rental units and provision of as much neighbourhood commercial that can be supported by the demand in this location. Due to it being at the end of Pioneer Way until it's connected, no complementary commercial and low foot traffic. Completion of Pioneer Way Phase 2, which is Discovery Way to Aspen Road, and the Aspen Road frontage of this lot will be required for access to the site. A portion of Pioneer Way Phase 3, which is Aspen Road to Government Road, will be completed as part of this project, where it fronts Lot 15. And the final connection to Government Road does not currently have a specified timeline and is not designated as a high priority in the Transportation Master Plan. The multi-use path connection through Phase 3 is intended to be maintained throughout construction, but may require short closures as a temporary condition. And in Pocket Park, in lieu of provision of on-site open space, the applicant has agreed to build a low-maintenance neighbourhood pocket park on the adjacent district land, which forms the inside of the corner of Pioneer Way, shown at the top of the slide. And the main amenities proposed include a plaza space, lawn areas, fenced dog park, benches and picnic tables, among some other items. The park is designed to be low maintenance and serve the local area, and district policy supports provision of a neighbourhood park in this location due to its location near to higher density housing and location along the Discovery Trail multi-use path. There are budget considerations for council in approving this rezoning proposal. Park concept is designed to be low maintenance. However, it will require a 0.2 full-time equivalent for operation and maintenance of the space, and life cycle replacement costs when elements of the park come to end of life. Therefore, council are endorsing a budget request for the operation, maintenance and replacement of elements of the park as required as part of this rezoning. Public notification for this project. Development site was placed on site and listed on the development review on the website. District received 2 requests for public information meeting, and the comments and concerns related to proposed parking reduction. These were included as an attachment to the council report for consideration. And notice was provided for the bylaw readings in accordance with Local Government Act requirements. Next steps, if given 3 readings, the bylaw will be sent to the Ministry of Transportation Transit for approval, and staff will work with the applicant to finalise land development agreement prior to bring the bylaw back to council for adoption. And the recommendation is that the bylaw be given first, second and third reading, and that prior to adoption of the bylaw, a land development agreement be executed, including minimum requirements for 3-bedroom units, that 50% of the ground floor area must be used for indoor amenity and commercial uses. Enter into a no gas covenant for the entire development. Enter into a housing agreement to secure all units as market rental in perpetuity, and provision of a pocket park on the adjacent district land. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Council, questions? Who wants to get us started? Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. The report to council is focused on access to the site from Pioneer Way. We heard a bit about that in the presentation. And you addressed access from Government Road. So further to that, is it possible during the construction phase for the contractors on this site to have access to the construction site from Government Road? And I'm thinking this is a more efficient and less intrusive construction access point. So that's why I'm wondering if there could be a Government Road access point for material delivery.
Believe we have Jay online from engineering.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jay Sternino, project engineer, joining from afar this evening as I'm a little bit under the weather and wanted to spare the rest of you my sickness. Through the mayor, the question was with regards to accessing the site during construction via Government Road. This is unlikely to be possible just given the timelines of the 2 projects. The connection to Government Road is a future district objective and not a high priority, and the intersection itself between Government Road and Pioneer Phase 3 is not something that's likely to be completed for years to come. So during the construction period of this project, it would likely only be accessible via the existing Pioneer Phase 2 from the south.
Okay, thank you for that. And thanks for thinking of our health. The recommended motion reads fence, dog area, including artificial turf and associated infrastructure. So I suspect that the associated infrastructure that's referenced is probably things like the double gates to get in and out of the dog park, access to water, garbage bins, and benches. Do I have that correct? Is that what the associated infrastructure items are?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And Mayor Herford, just want to wrap up with this. Putting artificial turf into a dog park just feels like an odd choice. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the use of artificial turf in dog parks. Is this common practice in dog parks? And is it something that's being done in other areas? And a rhetorical question, am I alone in being concerned about a potential long-term odor concern with urine-soaked artificial turf area in the heat of summer?
Through the mayor, no, I guess you're not. We have reviewed artificial turf in the smaller areas that have intensive use is typically better than grass, as the grass can die off. Artificial turf will need maintenance. There is a hose bib proposed. It will need to be cleaned periodically as part of the maintenance process and replaced when end of life. I believe there are artificial turf options which are kind of specifically for this purpose. And but in saying that, there's no reason that at another surface than artificial turf could not be used in this instance if at the time we felt that that was better.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that there are artificial turf products out there that are specifically designed with this in mind. So I'll rest a little easier knowing that.
Thank you. Questions, Council? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, you went through this a little bit in your presentation, but I'm just wondering if you can walk me through it again. I'm just curious who bears the cost of site access in this proposal, and when do we secure those contributions?
Through the mayor, I might hand this back over to Jay Stanino again to answer that one.
Thanks, Philip. Through the mayor and council, as you are likely aware, Pioneer Phase 3 is a DCC project. For DCC projects from the British Columbia DCC Best Practices Guideline, we're given guidance for if a development proceeds before the necessary infrastructure is constructed by the local government, and we're not willing to fund that infrastructure. In that case, the developer would bear the financial risk and be offered a DCC credit. The cost of constructing the required infrastructure would be deducted from the total amount of DCCs payable. However, the total amount of the credit provided would not exceed the amount of DCCs owing. So, for example, if the developer constructed a section of road, the associated costs would be deducted from the transportation DCCs up to the maximum DCC amount payable.
Okay, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I suspect that that's a future discussion in servicing agreements, but in other types of larger scale rezonings, we've seen securing some of those as contributions, like amenity contributions, those sorts of improvements in the rezoning process. So I'm just curious why we haven't used that approach here, given how much uncertainty there is in the servicing component.
So one mechanism that could be used to do that is through a front-ender agreement. My understanding is that the district is not entertaining additional front-ender agreements at this time, and any deviation from that direction would require additional consideration from our capital committee. Providing site access and completing the required road to access this site is something that we can request through the servicing agreement. Anything considered above and beyond that would have to be secured through the land development agreement, is my understanding. The planning department can speak more to that, I believe.
Through the mayor, it was considered as part of this rezoning process, and staff felt that the district's interests were covered by requirements in related to DCCs and subdivision development control bylaw, and didn't require additional security through the land development agreement.
Okay, that is helpful. I guess I am just curious. There's a huge lift in residential allowance here from a 0.8 FAR to a 1.8 FAR. Granted, it's one of our priority areas of housing in terms of market rental and purpose-built market rental. So our CAC policy doesn't get triggered, for example. But I am just curious about like where that sits in negotiations with the LDA, given how much we're giving in terms of additional FAR on this particular site.
Through the mayor, if you're considering an application for market rental that doesn't have CAC, then we're not really considering it in terms of lift. So there's not additional. Otherwise, anything in addition would be, in one of a better term, a type of CAC.
Okay. On to questions around the parking requirements or availability. I'm just curious if there were any discussions that occurred with the applicant around creative supports or benefits to ensure that the parking variance is actually functional. So I heard you reference the downtown parking standard of kind of 1-to-1 parking ratio, which is justified by the fact that it is the closest we will get to functional active transportation as well as frequent transit, because all of our bus services go into downtown and it's the most walkable component of our community. That is ambitious to apply that here. And so I'm just curious if there were other discussions around how we actually ensure, if we're going to go to a lower parking ratio, how we make sure it's functional. So other things that we've seen in other developments have included things like car shares, or we've developed a new policy with BC Transit where new developments can pay in to bus passes for future renters, for example. So has any of those conversations happened in order to ensure that the parking ratio actually is functional in the short to medium term?
Through the mayor, those particular items were not discussed as part of this application. Staff of the opinion that the amount of parking proposed for this development is right-sized for what they're proposing. This is also the view of the applicant, and if you think of a time where we may have a vacancy rate that's not less than 1%, if you propose a development that doesn't have adequate parking, then people are not going to be attracted to rent your development. So if you're thinking long term, believe that the parking rate is right for this development.
Thank you for that. I have a few other questions, if I might. I'll jump over to going back to the floor area ratio, and I was just trying to contextualize this to other projects that we've seen in the area. Do you by any chance know what the FAR might be for the Mud 1 zone projects that we've seen come forward in this neighborhood?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. So two of the projects we looked at, the North Yards 1 project 39666 Government Road has an FAR of 2.05, and then 1111 Pioneer Way to the south has an FAR of about 0.8, I believe, which really highlights lot size and how it can look so different depending on the lot size and the massing of the building, the way FAR is done.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much. And then my last question for now is just in terms of one of my favorite topics as of late is around a sunset clause on this land development agreement. Previously, staff have cited concerns around securing LDA or sunset clauses on LDAs because of risks that it puts us in for CAC contributions and timing. There are no CAC contributions here, but there's a lot of asks of us and of the community to lower the standards on zoning, parking requirements in order to deliver much needed housing. So how do we ensure that housing gets built in adequate timing?
Thank you for that question through the mayor. It's a good one. We looked at the sunset clause in relation to this project. Again, because there's no cash contribution, it's low risk in terms of the CAC. The CAC comes with occupancy. If you were to consider the park a CAC, with this one, if the project doesn't proceed, they will have not done any of the parts of the land development agreement, so we can rezone the land because we have not taken an amenity without adding that clause into the agreement. The risk of having an agreement with a sunset clause is the risk of it sunsetting, staff not being able to then downzone it, which would be not in alignment with the OCP, which calls for something of this type. And then somebody developing and then not having the LDA to build to. So we would then have zoned land and have no agreement in place to secure anything at that point. There is quite a process that is involved in zoning land away, but we would say that like leaving the land development agreement in place, if it doesn't get built in 5 years, for example, and no amenity is taken, we can still rezone that land without a sunset clause. And then there's no risk of there not being an agreement that secures anything on title.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton, then I've got Councillor Greenlaw next.
Yeah, thanks very much. In the presentation, you mentioned that the commercial space, I believe on the northeast side, was designed for childcare. Is it restricted to childcare? And if not restricted, what's the, why the designed for and not restricted to?
To the mayor, it allows flexibility in the case that it cannot be secured a tenant for a childcare, but the intention is for it to be a childcare.
Okay, so I think that this is not a question for staff, but a comment for my colleagues. Part of the purpose of designating something, restricting something to be childcare is so that childcare businesses aren't competing in the full pool of all businesses and therefore can find more affordable places to provide childcare. So in my mind, there is a big difference between restricted to childcare and designed for childcare.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenlaw, go ahead.
Yeah, my question, well, one of my questions was actually going to be if there is any kind of rent cap on it to protect childcare providers, because one of the concerns that I have is we've had some feedback from childcare providers that though we're zoning for these childcare facilities to be built and to come into existence, what they're actually finding is that they can't afford to be in these spaces, which makes the zoning, well, non-functional effectively. So I guess my question is there any kind of rent protection for childcare facilities? And I'm assuming that's a no because we don't really have that power. But yeah, so I'm looking at you, Councillor Hamilton, to make some motions. My other question was, appreciate that staff has started to include the housing need reports, percentage of needs fulfilled, by whatever development we're looking at. And I was wondering if you have any cumulative estimates in that, like how many units have been allotted to, like, of the housing needs reports have been zoned for past. How many are coming down the pipeline cumulatively?
Thank you to the mayor. We have not gone through recent applications since the housing needs report to see how much we have zoned or approved development permits for. Of course, through this process, sometimes you're repeating something it goes into the rezoning report and it'll go into the development permit report if the project proceeds. We do count number of occupancies and number of building permits issued per year as part of our reporting requirements to CMHC and to the province now that we have a housing target order. And we have also been modeling our zoned capacity through the, I'm not entirely sure what the project is called anymore, but I believe it's the SIM project, formerly the SLIP model project, that planning and GIS are working towards to sort of show zone capacity now and zone capacity in the future. And so those sort of interplay, but specifically on applications that have been brought forward in sort of the pre-planning phases over the last 2 years, we don't have that available right now.
Go ahead, Mr. Vilniskis.
Thank you. I would just like to add that because we're at the year end now of 2025 and into 2026, what we do know is for the last 2 years, we have been well below our housing targets. So in terms of new construction starts, we have certain targets and those are listed in the tables. So for our actual real targets, which is different than the CMHC targets, which are compounded year to year. 2025, we still haven't hit our target in building starts. We will be reporting to council and to the province and CMHC.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I don't want to drag us down too much of a rabbit hole here, but a conversation we've had around this table is, of course, that we don't have control over the construction starts. We only have control over what's being approved. So from my perspective, it would be useful to see those cumulative numbers as well. But anyways, appreciate the information. And then I had one other question. We've had a few buildings come through looking for height variances, and often when we talk about fire suppression, we talk about stories in a building. But should we not be talking about it as a height as opposed to number of stories? Because I assume that's what the limitation is. And then in that perspective, yeah, how does that line up with these height variance requests?
Through the mayor, that has been considered as part of this, and the building will be designed to meet our tall building policy, which allows for a floor level of 18 meters above grade.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Stoner, I saw your hand up in the middle of the discussion around targets and so on. You're good for now. But I'll just circle back to that for a second because it is interesting. Mr. Vilniskis, thank you for that update on targets in general. And when should we expect to see that reporting roughly? Like just to give us an idea, is this something that gets done we expect to happen in Q1, or is it further down the road where we can have a more detailed discussion around those targets, or whoever's best suited to answer that? Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, through the mayor. We are anticipating bringing something to committee in March. We'll be reporting to the CMHC in February, and then again, our first housing target order report is due on just after February the 28th, so our 6-month mark. So we'll be bringing something in March that's showing the numbers for both of those.
Okay, I look forward to those discussions. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, a few things. And just on this, will we also see our employment space comparables with the residential, because this and the next propose a significant reduction in employment space, and then we've approved some things with reductions in employment space. So will we understand how our approvals and or starts on residential and employment are trending?
Through the mayor, housing starts and in some cases completions are something that we have to report on to the province and to CMHC. So those are mandatory. The employment space work is ongoing, but we don't have the data yet to be able to report to council on that.
Okay. Shifting gears then. Can staff, so as I understand, the proposed park is an alternative to resident specific open space. Am I correct in that? And if so, can staff clarify what our policy expectation would be for a resident open space typically?
To the mayor, we're going to pull up the exact number. We don't have it in front of us. But I believe it would be smaller than the proposed pocket park that's going to be adjacent to the site.
Okay, thanks. Staff are looking that up. Can I, so my train of thought again. Do we have an identified need for this park? Because I read that some of our policy is to focus on parks where we have an identified need and so on. So is this an area that we've identified and this is the sort of park we've identified as necessary?
So the mayor, we've worked with our parks planner and reviewed district policy and need in the community and have support for a neighborhood park in this location. And it's 30% open space for
Okay,
the
and
lot area.
okay, thank you. And just for clarity, in terms of have support, does that mean, you know, we have a perspective that more parks are good, or is it sort of, if we were going to do something, this would be the one of the locations sort of a priority for our investments?
Through the mayor, this is not a specifically identified location in any planning document. However, the documents do identify a need in the North Yards neighbourhood, and an opportunity has arisen to get a neighbourhood park at this location.
Okay, and then just going back to the question on design versus requirement for childcare, I heard outdoor patio as part of that, I think, and from the drawing and the word patio, I'm assuming maybe incorrectly brick, but is this something something we would dictate? I guess it's a little bit counterintuitive that would be the most sort of appropriate thing for a childcare space, and maybe I'm wrong there, but is the sort of the finishing of that outdoor space something we would get involved in, or we would just sort of say this many square feet if we're going to do a requirement of childcare space, and that's as far as we would go, or would we sort of dig into the details of the nature of that patio?
Through the outdoor space is designed to be large enough for requirements for a childcare space. We wouldn't be getting into the detail of design specifics, and as has already been discussed this evening, this rezoning is not specifically securing that space for childcare. However, that is the intention of the applicant at this time.
If I may add, the finishing of a childcare space in the outdoor space is dictated through the childcare licensing requirement. So from that degree, they would have to meet those requirements. Whether or not brick is a finish, I don't believe it is. So they would go through that process. We wouldn't get involved, but we would also look at the finishing through the DP process. And if they were moving towards a childcare in that, one would assume at that point that they would get their DP up to that standard, and we could review it then.
Okay, and then I'll just keep going until I get cut off.
Actually, I'm going to cut you. I'm going to come back to you, but Mr. Vilniuskas had something to add to a previous point. So then,
thank you. Just wanted to add to the parks question, in that we do have a North Yards Park as a district project, which is an ongoing current project, but that is expected to be a small neighborhood park in the opposite side of the neighborhood, and with what is expected in this general area with potential development for affordable housing, that was determined to be a good location in securing some park space here so that we can maximize the housing potential on the other sites. Thank you.
I have a follow-up part question. I'll come back to you, Councillor Pettingill. I understand when we take on a new asset, we need to plan for its maintenance and replacement. That's responsible and makes good sense to me. I was quite surprised at the level of staffing requirement that this drives for a low maintenance park at that 0.2 FTE for something that feels quite small. I know that it sort of adds up over time. Is there something particularly intensive about this? Although we've heard it being called a low maintenance park design. So I just, if I take all of our parks and apply the 0.2 to it, I haven't done this exercise, but I think it feels like we're putting a lot there. I'm just wondering what is driving that, or if this is a new practice for us.
Thanks for the question, Mayor. We're working towards a new practice for tying operations capital. We're not quite there yet, so this is maybe a bit of a pilot project, but we've been working in consultation with Public Works and Parks Planning to try and identify the needs for future budget requests related to parks maintenance. 0.2 full-time equivalent is the worst case scenario, and it's estimated likely to be somewhere between 0.1 and 0.5, but there's a bit of range depending on, and seasonally as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah. So trying to wrap my head around the parking proposal. So two questions on that. One, can staff remind me of where this is in relation to our current or expected transit routes?
Through the Mayor, the frequent transit network runs along Government Road to the north, so you be able to walk, I think it's roughly 150 meters to the frequent transit network from this site.
Okay, and then the proximity to the business park was mentioned. Is that strictly an assumption that would, I guess, take care of the sort of below policy employment, or is this meant to be, I guess where I'm getting at, is this meant to also serve resident sort of service needs? Because my understanding is that area is still meant to be services directed at businesses. We have a couple of arguably misaligned uses there, but our general policy is that this is not a sort of neighborhood services in the business park. Is our thought with this development we're changing that, or is it like, no, this still isn't the place in general? The business park is for the businesses, and people would take the frequent transit network for their sort of neighborhood services.
Through the Mayor, there's a number of existing employment opportunities in proximity to this lot in the business park, but services include the recently rezoned Walmart, which will be a full service supermarket, which is fairly close to this site. There are a number of other restaurants and whatnot in that northern east portion of the business park. So there are a number of employment opportunities and services that one might use in a day-to-day of their living.
So yes, I'm setting aside the employment piece, but, and I think the Walmart is one where I'd argue it's not aligned with what our general principle has been in that area, which I think, unless I misheard the conversation, has been, usually when we look at a business or a development, is this going to serve the businesses? Is a business serving restaurant and so on? It sounds like we are really shifting more towards this is a, destination or whole community restaurants, and this is the sort of destination for general resident services in the business park. Is that sort of a shift we are seeing here, or am I mistaken in my assumption of what it had been?
So there's no intended change or intention for the business park use, especially as part of this application. Staff through the report and presentation are trying to highlight existing employment or services that already exist within the business park, not alluding to any future changes that may or may not occur.
I have a quick question, and I'll go to Councillor Stoner. Regarding the parking piece, we had a. Is this something that the lack of, or the exact quantity of the parking is how I'll phrase this? The exact quantity of the parking. Is there a way to ensure that that is communicated to the tenants? In other examples, we had a a disclosure, or we've made it, I'm not sure which mechanism we used to do it, but that there was a commitment to ensure that on the rental contract it was communicated what number of parking spots were available and that there wasn't readily available street parking nearby, that type of thing. Is that something that we can consider for this? Would that be appropriate? Because I think it's that people rent and then show up with more vehicles than they have parking for, and it's a surprise. I think making sure that's up front, what's available on site might be appropriate here. Any thoughts on this?
That's a great question. We have explored this tool in developments where there's less than one spot per unit, but because this is going to be centralized shared parking, what we've seen in other developments around town, and years ago, the staff did some informal surveys of shared parkades and how they're being utilized. There is really, this is the most efficient way to provide parking is through a shared parkade in an apartment setting. So we didn't think it was necessary, but it's an easy thing that's probably, I think, developer would be open to adding as a requirement to put it in rental agreements, tenancy agreements, that there is, limited amount of parking and there's no on-street parking in the area.
Okay, and thank you for that. And if that was a path that council wanted to pursue, we would need to direct that as part of this at this point in time. Is that correct? Or is that a different discussion?
Yes, I think we would appreciate some direction from council.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just a few other questions. In the staff recommendation, it says that we would look to secure the indoor amenity area and commercial space as one calculation in the LDA of 50% of the gross floor area. I'm just curious why we wouldn't articulate that minimum amount of commercial space versus indoor amenity, given I think what it is that we're trying to secure is, well, actually both, as much commercial space as possible and ensuring that there's actually some community indoor amenity space. It feels weird that we've combined them. Can you just clarify why that is?
Through the mayor, you could secure it another way. We feel that this adequately secures what we're trying to achieve. It's unlikely that an applicant would choose to substitute indoor amenity for commercial space, as it's of lesser value to them than providing additional commercial space. And the indoor space requirement is set by the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know that that's in the zoning bylaw. And then I'm just curious, what experience have we had with the functionality of live work units? And do we have other examples of where this has been successful? Like, are we actually going to call this successful commercial space?
Through the mayor, the artisan units downtown are a good example of a successful live work project. Projects like the Breeze have been more challenging, although we do see some commercial at that location. The way the applicants designed these to in a row facing the parking lot will add to their appeal and marketability, and they're of the opinion that these will be viable in this location at this amount.
Okay, I'll ponder that for a sec. And then I want to go back to the sunset clause. So I appreciate the rationale of like, there's maybe limited value in sunset clausing the LDA. But I think what it is I'm trying to articulate is we sunset clause the zoning using language in the LDA. So we inherently assume, or like we put language in that ensures that the zoning would revert back, or the zoning as prescribed through this process is no longer in place if development doesn't substantially start within 5 years. So going back to kind of we have limited tools in our toolbox to actually achieve getting buildings built, but we're putting a lot of time and energy into making sure that it happens. I feel like this is one of the few tools that we have. And so we're not sunsetting the LDA per se, we're sunsetting the zoning that we're allowing with some caveats to make sure that the housing that we really desperately need gets built. But that can only last for so long. Like, I don't want a developer to hold on to that sweet deal, to be very frank, for 5 years and then decide they want to build, or that they're going to walk away from this meeting and then put their land up for sale because it's questionable as to whether it's actually going to pencil out. So how do we make sure that we're protected and our community is protected for the things that we're giving up through this rezoning process?
Through the mayor, I will give it a go and then invite Mr. Billings just to add anything if he likes. But totally understand the sentiment. Even if a legal agreement registered on title said that the zoning would expire, we would still need to go in and then rezone the land. It would not do it for us. So you would have council of the day, policies of the day to go through, and timing. Staff are continually looking through zoning to see where there are mismatches. And we have previously, where land development agreements have not been executed, gone forward and rezoned land because no amenities have been taken. And we would advise at this point that that's likely the cleaner way forward than putting something in an agreement that it may say it expires, but that doesn't necessarily mean that staff in the future will know that and then go forward and then still do the work to do that. And there's no mechanism that will automatically revert zoning. You would still need to go through the same process.
If I may, through the mayor, just add to that in that as Ms. Fletcher said, there is no way we can sunset the zoning. It's in the zoning bylaw, and so only the land development agreement would expire. But I think it's up to the district to monitor sites which are stagnant and have zoning, that's misaligned with the official community plan. And we've done that in the past. We've done that most recently in the Paradise Valley. We've done that with very large sites around the district that had low density single family zoning. So I think we have history of doing it. It takes resources, of course.
I'm going to move to Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. If 3 readings were given tonight, could this realistically move ahead so that land clearing can be done before bird nesting season this spring? That's a little bit of a precise question. So maybe a little more broadly, does staff have any thoughts on how quickly the permitting process could move if 3 readings were given tonight?
Through the mayor, for tree clearing on site, the applicants will need to get a development permit for the environmental sensitive areas. So it will depend how quickly all that can get organized. But to do that, they need to be able to have zoning in place. So we won't be issuing a development permit for something that doesn't have zoning in place. So it really is a question of how quickly can this get to adoption.
I would I'm through my speakers list. So we have a staff recommendation. I would like to have, whether it's by moving included in the motion, or I may need to amend the motion to include the parking sort of declaration concept included. Does staff have some wording, recommended wording for that. I don't want to complicate, unnecessarily complicate this. If there's a suggestion on how we would capture that in the motion. So if we took, would it require a timeout to bring to pull something together to reference a previous example of this or something?
Well, if we could get council consensus on direction of what council wants to see, in this case, then we probably would want to take 5 minutes and just see whether we can do it now, essentially.
Okay. I think the question is whether it's part of the main motion or if it's an amendment we want to debate. So I'm going to go to Councillor. I'll ponder how we're going to get there. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I frame this as a question to staff, because I think it is, maybe also in the future for my colleagues, but I guess what I'm struggling with, it sort of, we've heard that forms of employment space right at this moment are challenging for developers, and childcare, as we've been doing it, is challenging for developers. There's a strong demand for rental right now. But we kind of put those other requirements in for the employment and the childcare because we knew for a complete community, for not just building a bedroom community, we needed all those things. And I think we were willing to not move ahead until we got all the things. But it seems like the proposal is to just sort of abandon the childcare and office space for now and just focus on the residential. Like, do we have a plan for how we catch up? Are we not sort of foregoing our real opportunity? And I'm looking at the next proposal too, to some degree, to secure these things if we are sort of not requiring them at this point. Like, has staff looked at how we would catch up if we are, or am I mistaken that we actually don't need the childcare and employment space that these developments are proposing? Maybe not today, but not just today, but in the next 10 years and so on. Like, do we have a thought? We actually, our reports haven't said we need this sort of space.
Through the mayor, that's a great question. We've certainly had these discussions with the applicants, and that's taken quite a bit of time to get here because of this negotiation of what's possible in this location, given what the current access and traffic in the area is. We certainly need childcare. That's the latest indications that we have, is that's still an issue, access to childcare. But we can't get it all in every situation. So it's a bit of a piecemeal puzzle that we're, I think, from a community planning perspective, working on, where we have well below than 1% vacancy rate for rental. And this project presents an opportunity to add a significant amount of rental and just a little bit of employment and some childcare. We're looking at places like the business park, and there's still space there for future employment. And frankly, mixed use developments are not great places for providing of employment community wide. I think we have to look at the build out of the business park, future areas like the Chikai Fan, and places in between where we'll find better employment space. But every proposal on its own, there are very few proposals that are able to kind of hit it all. This one, the primary value, I think, to the community is from a planning perspective, is the fact that it's got a lot of market rental, and that might have an impact, a notable impact in that supply in an area that is well served with employment space and even neighborhood commercial services that have organically happened in the business park.
But if I'm not mistaken, like, we don't necessarily, or am I wrong here, that we don't know where that demand necessarily is coming from? So a lot of that demand for rental could be from people currently, or who are employed in Vancouver and really need rental and are happy to commute. And so what we would really be doing if we proceeded with things like this is actually going down that road of really designing that bedroom community, or do we have a sense that no, this rental is really required by local employees, and we have that sort of local demand and matching employment?
Through the mayor, it's hard to say. We do know that the anecdotal evidence of a bedroom community doesn't line up well with the data we have on commuting. In that there are a lot of people that live and work in Squamish, and for larger employers, having access to market rental means that they have an easier time hiring people locally. And I think anybody would prefer to work locally if they could. So it's not like I think my previous comment was that it's a piece in the puzzle, but there's going to be other pieces that are necessary in other areas that are purposely designated for it to provide, you know, the full sort of community impact that we want to.
Councillor Stoner, was that your hand? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I guess I'm just curious on why we would still then be pursuing the employment space in this building, like the live work units. Granted, like it is a rezoning, like the existing zoning that is on the site requires that any residential be rental tenure. That is part of the neighborhood of the existing zoning. So we're providing additional density. We are providing additional height. Is it really useful to continue to be requesting the live work units in the neighborhood commercial? Is that something that is still, like, given the challenges that are presented in the other trade-offs? Like, if really what it is that we're trying to pursue is the rental residential, then why are we still holding for a small portion, 7% of commercial?
Thank you, through the mayor. I think the way we approach this, the live work units, is flexibility. So being able to rent a unit to live in and to do the work in. Typically the live work units we've seen have been stratified. So you would buy the unit and then operate on the low. So it's adding to flexibility of residential units and employment units. We have seen success with the artisan live work units on 3rd Ave. And then again with the Breeze, sort of a mixed bag there, but we are seeing more and more come into play as with Weiler, I think offering a range of different housing forms and employment opportunities or business opportunities for people is important, or something worthy of pursuing from the district or from staff's perspective.
Go ahead, Mr. Valencius.
And the only thing I would add is that the aim is to attract childcare in this location, and that is one thing that this neighborhood does lack. And there's not a lot of other opportunities in the area to land some childcare. So that's the goal.
I think I know the question, but go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Maybe not. On that childcare, I looked into the childcare action plan, and looked at North Yards, and it looks like it has the lowest access rate, at least in 2019. 2020, it had the lowest access rate of any community, of any neighborhood in our community. Have there been any childcare spaces or businesses opened in the North Yards in the last 5 years or so? And I know that's a random question that you may or may not know off the top of your head, so I totally respect and I don't know to that.
Through the mayor, not specifically on childcare facilities. We know of 2 or 3 that are operating in home childcares, no commercial level childcares. There is the indoor child play area within the North Yards 2 building on Government Road, so that would be childcare adjacent. But no childcare in the last 5 years.
Thanks. And so I'm contemplating if the staff recommendation gets put forward, an amendment to require at least 100 square meters of floor space be restricted to childcare use. And I've selected, not quite random, but perhaps not entirely well-informed, number of 100 square meters. Does staff have any recommendations or advice on whether that number is appropriate or ridiculous? There is about, yeah, anyways, I'll leave it there. There's approximately 400 square meters of total commercial space.
Through the mayor, we might need 5 minutes for that one.
Yeah, I think before we move to motion on this, I just there's some interest. I'm just going to kind of gauge interest in the room around. There's two things that I'm seeing. One, I think I'm the only one that's spoken to. I've heard a couple of people speak to the interest in covenanting ensuring that the space is used for childcare, whether that's covenanting some of or all of the space there. And the second piece for me was the parking the declaration of available parking that's included with your unit. Those are the two pieces. Is there anything else that we'd like some language from, or is any of those things, is there no interest from council outside of the two that have spoken to those things to direct staff to do that? And then we can, if we agree that we would like to consider some language around that, we can take a time out and have staff come back with a recommendation to satisfy that. Councillor French?
Mayor Herford, I am completely in support of the words you used around the tenant agreement wording that's focusing in on parking issues. And I'm not interested in language that insists on daycare space.
Okay. And what I'm thinking here is if we go around and get a quick feel for it, if there's some interest in the language, those could be additional bullet points which we can pull and debate individually just when we actually get to motion. I'm just trying to work us through this. Any other comments on these topics? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think where I'm right now is more at first reading, to be honest, with some feedback on some of these things. And for me, I'm not quite there on the parking, and I actually am not generally in favor of reducing parking, but I think that does need to come with the employment and transit. And I'm not seeing either of those addressed here or with, I know stuff may come in the cheek eye, but that's far off, and that's a maybe, and that's a significant departure, I think, of what our policy direction has been. And so we're sort of, from my perspective, doing a significant policy change in this one rezoning without having that broader discussion. And so, yeah, there's a few things that I'm not quite there yet.
Okay. Any comments at this point, Councillor Anderson?
In 2 years' time, 2027, according to our work plan and our budget, we'll be undertaking a parking strategy update. And I think that it would be timely to introduce a measure like this as kind of a test, see how it works, and evaluate it when we do that parking strategy update. So I'm in favor of introducing this kind of language into, as you've described it, Mayor Herford. I'm less inclined at this time to support a prescriptive move on daycare space for the reason that I think that we're all aligned on the goal and recognize that this is really an optimal location for targeting this. I'm just not sure how to be prescriptive and wanting to get that right. So I'm a little bit more cautious on that one. Otherwise, I'm in support of your proposal, Mayor Herford.
Okay. Do you have any comments on?
I'm regarding the parking. I'm okay with the parking reductions. As I've said many times, I don't believe we should even have parking minimums, parking requirement minimums. It's up to the renter, the homeowner, to purchase parking for their vehicle, just like it's up to them to purchase a spot for the dishwasher. And so I don't think it's required to have any sort of covenant, because presumably a rental tenancy agreement will have the number of parking spots, but I'm not opposed to it either. So.
Any comments on that, side on those items? Yeah, oh, go ahead.
I do think we should have restricted childcare spaces because otherwise there's no impetus to actually have the childcare be occupying those spaces. And I don't agree that we should decrease that we should allow the parking variance that's being requested.
Okay, so I'll suggest that I'd request that staff develop recommend some language to disclose the parking requirement or the parking allotment on a rental agreement or something of that nature, and covenanted the childcare space for council consideration, and we can debate those individual points. But then we're debating something that, if it passes, provides the needed direction. So, if any clarity, staff understand, we're good there. Okay, so we'll take is 10 minutes enough time? Sorry, I know under pressure here, but is 10 minutes enough for that? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute timeout and we'll reconvene and then we'll consider motions. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We're back from a quick break to give staff some time to work through some proposed language to address some of the concerns that have come up. Could we get the is it possible to have it on the screen? And then if staff has any comment on what's on this suggestion there, I'd welcome that as well.
So thank you, Council, for the opportunity to confer in the back on how to best implement Council's direction. The staff have come up with 2 points. Because there seemed to be consensus around Council with the parking requirement, we would recommend amending the motion as proposed by adding the highlighted bit, which is requires tenant notification of available parking, to 2D, which is the section that speaks to the housing agreement. So that would be captured in the housing agreement. And then after Council considers the whole motion with that addition, then if that motion passes, then Council consider a second motion so that the main motion doesn't get eliminated by this, that Council directs staff to work with the applicant to secure the commercial, to secure functional amount of childcare space in the commercial space as presented in the rezoning application. So that would give us, instead of prescribing a specific square footage, we're going to work with the applicant on taking that total commercial space square footage and securing that as a childcare space.
Just process-wise, if we take away what the subject is, this approach could have someone supporting the first piece, support of the first piece contingent on the second piece happening that you're proposing we exclude. So if that was contingent, if that was a decision a make or break, like why not have that as a different bullet point that we could pull out? Because if we pass the main motion and then that second piece fails, then someone that may have supported the main motion but needed that second piece to be there might not get what they need. I don't know if that's a ledge or corporate officer question or.
Another option is to add it as number 3 at the end here. Council always has the option to separate the motion and consider each number individually or as a block.
Okay, so we've got some work here. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, just a question about the recommendation here. It's unclear to me, we can do this at third reading? Like we're giving third reading and then we're directing staff to work with the applicant on the rezoning application, which is going to now need to change between third reading and adoption?
Through the mayor, no, it would be that, I think the piece that maybe is missing in that last recommended motion is that would be in the LDA. So we would work with the applicant to secure the amount of functional space, but it wouldn't change the rezoning or the rezoning bylaw. It would be captured in the land development agreement.
Any additional questions of clarity here? Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just trying to understand this last piece because it talks about functional amount of childcare space in the commercial space, but we have above 50% of the area must be used for indoor amenity and commercial. So to my colleague's point, there's no guarantee of a minimum amount of commercial space. And so, like what amount of space or what are we working with here even?
Through the mayor, that is the work that we will do to include in the land development agreement. So I expect that when we come back, it would have a specific minimum amount of childcare space that gets secured in the land development agreement. And that's somewhere in around 393 square meters, looking from this point.
So, but staff is confident they would know where council's head is at in terms of expectation around, because it sounds like there's a three-way split between commercial, amenity, and childcare now.
There, through the mayor, there is the live workspace, and we are not proposing any changes to that. There's the amenity space that is included in the zoning, but it is also something that will be required at DP. So that decision will likely come back to council when the DP comes back for amenity space. So we're really talking about securing a minimum amount of childcare space.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and just so for clarity, this park is district land, and the proposal is that the proponents sort of set it up as a park, and then we take ongoing maintenance. Do we have a sense of the value of that sort of initial park ever, or was it ever considered that, given everything that's here, maybe we just transfer the land to the developer and require a statutory right of way, and then they're responsible for maintaining it? We have the access and the expectation of what it looks like.
Through the mayor, the cost estimate for initial installation was 279,799, which the proponent would pay to install the park. That includes the regular hardscape, softscape furnishings, and the dog run area. Doesn't include other items such as civil works or large scale earthworks and fill. So the value would be in excess of that $279,000 amount.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was there any consideration given, or is the reason why we wouldn't sort of look to sort of transfer the land to the developer, but with the statutory right of way? So we're not, it's sort of their park that's, they need a community amenity space. So it's community amenity space and their ongoing maintenance.
To the mayor, we didn't consider transferring out that land to the applicant. Sorry, can you repeat the second part?
Well, I'm just sort of, I was wondering about the feasibility, it sounds like you didn't have this conversation. So I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole, but my question was just whether we considered transferring the land to the developer, establishing a statutory right of way so it becomes their amenity, they maintain it, but the public has access. So it's essentially ongoing maintenance would be their responsibility instead of ours.
To the mayor, no, we didn't consider that as an option, as we've staff felt this would be amenity to the district and retaining district ownership.
If I could just also add that that is a practice that we do for small pocket parks, but because this neighborhood is insufficiently served with neighborhood park space, staff felt that it was an asset that should be retained by the district.
Okay, I don't have anyone on my speakers list. We have the initial staff recommendation. We have the new modified language. Is there someone that wishes to either move that or propose an alternate at this point? Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move the new staff recommendation, the one posted, and that does not include the childcare piece. I'm okay with handling that in a subsequent motion.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, this is I'm finding it very interesting that an application this size is coming to us for 3 readings. And I think that seeing this application for the first time as a council body with 3 readings is one of the tension points I think some of my council colleagues, including myself, are feeling. Perhaps bringing this to a committee of the whole so that we can collect some feedback and then bringing it forward for more readings would be appropriate. But we are here. And on the whole, I think this is an appropriate place for a higher density market rental residential development, provided it's got as much of the employment space, residential amenity space, and childcare space. Regarding the childcare space, which I'll speak to that later. My biggest concern with this, application is actually not to do with our rezoning right now, but it's how this site is going to get serviced. I think there's going to be some significant challenges down the road to get services to this site, but I'm sure the developer is well aware of all those challenges, and I'm confident that staff is aware of our challenges in our DCC project list being long, and whether or not we'll be able to get to this project before the proponent needs it is a big question in my mind. But from a rezoning perspective, I think this makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor French is the seconder, and I'll come to you, Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks, Mayor Herford. I agree. This level of density in this location at this time is appropriate. And in expressing that, I also want to say that vehicle parking is not a right. I love the dishwasher thought. We pay for real estate for our dishwasher. We need to pay for the real estate for our vehicle or vehicles, as the case might be. Vehicle owners are responsible for figuring out where they park their vehicles. It isn't up to the district planning staff to figure that out. It's not up to the members of this council to figure that out. So the developers are proposing a parking spot for each unit, and I think that's appropriate and an appropriate reality in this location in the time frame we're dealing with. So this building is within walking distance from a grocery store, a pharmacy, lots of restaurants. It's walking distance to Brennan Park, Vancouver River, some great trails. So those who aren't tied to having vehicle ownership, I think will potentially thrive at this location, taking care of their life by walking, cycling, riding the bus, including regional transit, which I'm predicting will be in place by the time people are moved into this building, with service to Whistler and the North Shore, and also through car share programs.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
I'm going to move that the bullet about considering the childcare LDA be moved to the main motion, and I'll speak to that, or added to the main motion. I'll speak to that if seconded.
Just seconding that. And just for clarity for labeling, that would just be bullet point 3 would be, and can we get, so that, yeah, that was the intention of the mover and seconder? Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I will. I'm actually in general having some challenges with where we are right now in general, but definitely without this in there, it wouldn't be supportable, I think. And this does, leaving it separate, leaves the risk that we approve the first one. And I've heard some of my colleagues aren't concerned about securing the childcare, and it leaves a risk that the childcare then doesn't get secured. And for me, that's not an acceptable outcome. So I think at the very least, it needs to be considered as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stone, you have any comments as seconder?
I will just echo what my council colleague said, that I think that this is an important consideration. If this is going to go forward for 3 readings at this time, I would like to see the childcare space, some portion of it, be included and protected in the rezoning component. So happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, absolutely happy to support the amendment. I do think it's sensible to put it in. I would accept it being separate. Regarding the childcare space, I think it's important for us to reflect that a lot of our community has communicated with us about our reduction in parking requirements. We are restricting 2,800 meters of this unit to parking. And this conversation is about restricting 100 square meters to childcare. Okay, so it's pretty obvious to me. If it's on a per square meter basis, I would rather restrict land use to childcare than parking. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
I would have preferred to see this matter addressed between the developer and our planning department in the land development agreement, but it's not a deal breaker for me. I'm happy as is. I'll support this.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment. This makes good sense to me, and I feel it's stronger in the place that it is. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Hamilton for that comparison to the parking percentages. And it's it's an excellent point. And yeah, happy to see this here. We know that childcare is a tremendous need in our community, and hopefully this step should ensure that the space gets used for the purpose that we were told it was essentially designed for as part of the presentation today. So I'm happy to see this here. I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Motion carries. And opposed? Councillor French opposes. Motion carries. So now we're on to the main motion as amended. Councillor Pettingill, I'll start with you. You put forward that amendment, but would you like to speak to the motion now that your amendment has been successful?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way where I could support something tonight. So I'm going to propose a second amendment that we give this first and second reading.
I don't see a seconder. You're going to second that? Do you would like to speak to, so you're amending the motion from 3 readings to first and second reading. You speak to your motion?
Yeah, if it was, I can't support 3 readings. For me, there are some deal breakers in this still. And so I think giving second reading would, which I won't get into now, provide us an opportunity to give some of that feedback, I'm hoping, and develop some consensus around it. I've had, during our break, a bit of a chance to think a little bit more about this. I think I don't want to go, I don't know that now is the time to talk about all my feedback. I think the first thing is to see if my colleagues are amenable to second reading.
I will I'll have everyone else speak to their perspective, but my perspective is without a clear reason to reduce the number of readings, a list of issues to resolve, it wouldn't be supportable by me, and that's broadly process-wise. So if we're here, I think it's important that it's included, and that's not in comments. It would need to be, for me, it would need to be included in a motion, like to address 2 readings, address ABC, whatever outstanding pieces. That's what I think a reduction in readings would. That's what it would take for me personally, but I'll leave it to comments of the group.
Okay, just trying to find the best process. I can add those comments now, or should I wait till it comes around? Or
I personally won't be supporting the amendment without something in the motion that actually speaks to why and what needs to be resolved before it comes back to us. Is it just with the direction that you're suggesting, it could come back to us at the next regular meeting as is, and that would be the direction that we're giving, which doesn't feel like it accomplishes what your concerns may be.
So can I amend my motion then? Or what's the way?
Yeah, you can make
okay.
comments, and let's see. Sell us on it, I suppose.
Yeah. So I guess where I am is, if I think about this in a sort of normal economic scenario, we wouldn't expect CACs because this is all market rental, but there's a significant reduction from our policy and employment space. a significant reduction in parking, and though in many ways we are considering that, it is still a requirement and there's value in that reduction. And we are also contemplating a significant reduction in required amenity space. We do have, as this is being proposed, some childcare and some sort of initial setup in a park, but ongoing. And while I understand there is community demand for this park, there's also very much demand from this development for this because that space isn't being provided. And I do worry with some of these, like I understand the economic challenges are real for developers right now, but I don't think get to the community we need long term if we are sort of just focus on making projects viable this year, next year. And when I look at the sort of cost benefit, and if we don't hit our housing targets, there may be some cost to us there, but what we're losing out by not, I think, capturing, what we've seen over the last while, the value of some of these things, I think we're not doing what our community has been asking us to secure. And so for me, specifically, I would want to see an increase in the parking space and some more attention to transit before that government road access is there to be supportable.
Okay, other comments on this amendment? I'll go to seconder and then I'll come to you, Councillor Ramsay. Yeah, go ahead.
Clarity. Did I hear you say you'd like to see an increase in parking?
In employment. I meant to say employment. I'm not sure what I said. I meant to say employment if I said increase.
Thank you for that point of clarity because you did say parking. Rattled me a little bit, but okay. Other comments?
Yeah, I seconded the motion as the amendment because I don't think for myself that 3 readings is supportable this evening. So I'm willing to support 2 readings. For me, the components continue to be, despite the wise advice from staff, I think, I would like to see some language in the LDA that would include a clause that sunsets the residential density bonus after 5 years if there isn't substantial completion or not completion, but initiation of a project. I appreciate that has implications for us as an organization, but I think that that's important work that we need to do. And some benefit or commitment that would further support the parking proposal as presented. So whether that is car share, investment in a covered transit space that is close by, because right now there is no transit covered space, whether it is paying into the BC Transit Fund, as we have recently developed, that would allow for new developments that are looking to offset parking with other functional modes of transportation. I would like to see something like that included in this development. That's how it would get closer to supportable for me. I am also challenged just how a project of this scale is coming to us for 3 readings in a regular business meeting. And so that's why I'd like to refer it back to staff.
Okay, other comments on this amendment? Councillor French?
I won't be supporting the amendment. I'm prepared to take this to 3rd reading. And one of the things that's top of mind for me around the commercial space concern is when I think about what's already going on in this area. 1111 Pioneer and North Yards both have commercial space available. 1111 Pioneer in particular has a lot of space, and that building's been there for 2 years now, for a while. Plus, we've got Railtown coming, which is in that same area, and that big undeveloped lot right next to 1111 Pioneer. Both of those buildings are proposed to have commercial space. This development is in an isolated area where in the first few years, I think commercial will struggle because of how isolated the site is. And childcare space is likely going to be the most viable commercial use for that space. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I'd like to take it to 3rd reading.
Other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
me. I also will not be supporting the amendment. Generally, I feel that we need to be conscious and targeted on addressing our development approval processes and their efficiency. And I don't think we look all that good. I think we need to be careful and conscious about this. Regarding the parking solutions that have been mentioned, I would prefer to address this later. I do have some comments on that. Regarding sunset clauses, I think this belongs in another council discussion of a policy discussion and not specific to this particular development. Let's deal with that topic. Let's deal with that opportunity, its challenges in another context. To me, this is a key development for this area. It is a fit that we should be facilitating sooner rather than later so that we can see the rest of the jigsaw puzzle come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on this amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. This one had me thinking. Ultimately, I won't be supporting the move to 2 readings, and that's because I am willing to support 3 readings at this time. While I see the desire for increased employment space, I think that when I look at the only way to achieve that is, as far as I can tell, is to go to second story employment space. And that's a very different piece from both a building perspective and from a feasibility perspective. And regarding transit, I would absolutely agree with the requirement to put some transit stops if this was actually on a transit route, but it actually is going to be very close to a transit route, being just very close to, what road is it? It's Government Road there, right? Centennial Government, yeah, it's Government Road right there, right? So they wouldn't be putting a parking transit stop in front of the unit. So I think maybe that's best left somewhere else. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? I won't be supporting the amendment. I think that I think back to other situations where we've asked for, in larger projects, asked for a higher percentage of employment space, and it's come at the expense of the much needed rental space. So losing a floor or a portion of a floor is another way to hit a higher percentage of the project. And I think the need for the rental is incredibly important for our community. I also think the employment space, when we think about housing, we often hear about the different forms of housing and different, and I think that similarly within this employment space, this is a very unique form of employment space. The live work space, we have other examples in the community, but not in a rental tenure. I think it's actually a really unique opportunity for entrepreneurs to get started in a very in a very interesting way. And so I'm prepared to support 3 readings for that reason, and therefore I won't be supporting this amendment. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All in favor and opposed? Councillor French, Anderson, Mayor Herford, and Councillor Hamilton opposed. Motion fails. We're back to the main motion as amended, not that amendment, but the first amendment. For those of you keeping score at home, Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I opposed the childcare requirement that's now in the main motion. That is not a deal breaker for me. Getting this to 3rd reading is my highest priority, and I can fully live with that being in there. So I'm supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
In general, I see a package before us that reflects a lot of careful work undertaken between the development proponent and our staff. Regarding the commercial space, it's simply the reality that there is no through traffic here yet. And this is a fundamental factor that needs to be addressed in looking at the potential of commercial space. It's just wouldn't be supportable here as it might be otherwise. Moving on to parking, we've had a number of persons in the community correspond with us on the parking issue. We've heard concerns not only specific to this area, but for example, downtown. And a lot of the observations that are made here I actually agree with, and I share these concerns. However, not here. Here we see that I see little risk of parking impacts on the neighboring North Yards neighborhood, residential neighborhood. We see in future diversion of traffic away from the residential neighborhood with our future transportation plans in this area. I think there's a good mix of parking solutions and offerings. And some of the parking issues really stem from other developments and townhouse developments that, well, we've learned from them, and we've learned from them in this project. I think it would be helpful. We are citing policy and objectives, for example, out of our transportation master plan. I think we could do a better job also for the public discussion of pointing out the circumstances, the local geography here, the absence of risk, or in other cases where there is risk of failure in parking, where we're going to have spillover into residential neighborhoods and so on. I don't see these issues here, but I think it would be useful for our conversation for us to point these out, why these factors are. And it's quite obvious looking at the map. We have a 9 to 5 commercial space next door in the business park, and there's going to be some opportunities there for residential spillover, for example. So I think that it's important that we address risk, and I don't think we're doing that. And I think that we should be quite clear about what they are and face that. And here, I don't see them. We will see a parking strategy update. I hope we're going to be learning as we go. And when we come to do that, or the district comes to do that within a couple of years' time, there's lots of lessons to learn, including here. But I do think that we need to be looking at exit strategies and facing risks where they exist or where they're needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? I'll come back around, don't worry. Comments on the amended motion? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. There is a lot to like about this proposal, I think. It is presenting an option for 153 desperately needed purpose-built market rental housing units. We know through all of our housing needs studies that this is one of the core areas where we need housing. And so it actually really does pain me to say that I can't support 3 readings at this time, because we know that we need this housing, but we know that we need the housing to be built. And so this is where I continue just to be challenged and frustrated with the process that we have. And without some sort of sunset clause in the LDA that would revert the density bonus, we are giving up. Maybe giving up is not quite the right term. We are enabling additional density on this site, a lower parking standard in order to make this development work. And if those benefits are going to be passed on to the developer to make that project work, then I want that project to be delivered within a reasonable time frame so that we can meet our targets and so that the province doesn't come back to us and say you didn't do your job. Because we are doing our job, we are getting through the process. I also think there are some tweaks that we could have achieved along the way that are minor but important. I do really appreciate the additions that my council colleagues have made of securing some of the space for childcare and the work that staff and the proponent will do to make sure that that is secured. I actually think that this is a zone similar to what some of my council colleagues have said, where we probably could have actually forgone some of the employment space in order to make some of the other pieces work. Like maybe securing a little bit more in terms of childcare space and or some of the other trade-offs that are presented in this proposal. And I continue to take the stance that if we are going to provide a lower parking standard that is equivalent to that of the downtown core, then we want to ensure that developments are at least paying into some of the options that are going to be alternative forms of transportation. So whether that is transit, I appreciate that there's no specific transit stop at this site, but there is still no covered transit stop anywhere close by. And maybe that gets sorted out in the servicing agreement. But without that kind of contextual detail, I don't see how these sorts of developments are providing that more fulsome community standard that we're expecting in the long term. So those are the pieces that I would have liked to see in this application in order to get it across the line for me to support 3 readings. But at this time, I won't be supporting the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. To me, the parking reduction is a non-starter for me. We've heard time and time and time and time and time and time and time again from the public that they do not support this level of parking reduction, especially in neighborhoods like this. And like for people around this table, I don't know, I have 2 cars and we need to have 2 cars for our house to live in this town. And that's what we hear from the public. And that is something that I think that we should consider as a body. And for those of you who will say that you should pay for your parking, honey, when you're paying $1.8 million for a home, you're paying for your parking. Don't worry. But I think also if we're going to be reducing parking to this magnitude, to Councillor Stoner's point, they should be investing in other pieces that support active transportation routes, that support transit usage, and that kind of mobility. So I at least want to see something that like is greater than what the bylaw asks for bike parking. But that's, to me, that's a non-starter. And I'm just, obviously parking is a hot topic in this town, but honestly, that's what we hear the most about. It's really difficult to live in this town with one vehicle. And I don't think it's irresponsible homeowners and irresponsible renters who are just moving into these places and finding these issues. I think it's a large portion of our community is having serious parking restraints. And that will continue to worsen as our downtown densifies and as these communities densify. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? When I was speaking to the amendment, I did speak in support of third reading, so I will make my comments. I'll come back to you, Councillor Pettingill, don't worry. I just want to address some of the pieces I've heard around some of the comments around the table here. I think that this is much needed housing. I'm happy to see the addition of the covenant to ensure there is the ability to provide a functional childcare space in the covenant spaces that will see that conversation advance. I've already spoken to what I think is a unique form of employment space. I'm happy to see that there. I think it's appropriate. I think that, as others have said, it is an isolated space, and I think it'll take some creative folks to activate those, but it's a unique opportunity for folks renting to do that. I think I share my colleagues' concerns around I guess the ensuring that the developments happen in an appropriate time frame, and whether that's done through insured through a sunset clause, or insured through that they happen by moving through our processes in a timely fashion, not causing undue delay. Both approaches may have merit. Here, I'm erring on the side of moving this through our development process, because the questions that I'm hearing are about, largely are about next steps and how fast from the proponent, and I hope that moving swiftly through our development process, and I use that term probably a bit liberally, it does take time. It's taken time to get here, and I think we have a thoughtful proposal before us, and I'm happy to support it, and I'd like to see progress being made towards what we have in front of us as soon as possible, and supporting 3 readings at this point does that, and in my opinion on this case, so I'll be supporting. Any other comments before I call the question? Oh, sorry, anyone else before I go back to Councillor Pettingill is what I meant to say. Councillor Pettingill, last word to you, and I'll call the question.
Yeah, thanks. I was hoping to get to something I could support, but unfortunately I'm not there. For me, and my one colleague mentioned there's not going to be we're not going to be driving past here for a few years because of the road's not going to go through, and so commercial's not viable. I think our job is to not just think about the next 4, 5, 6 years. This building's going to be there for 60 years. And so we have to have that mindset. My understanding from our staff, unless I'm misremembering, is that we know we need employment unless we want to become a bedroom community. And I don't see us as having given up residential space to employment space. Those need to be matched in everything we do. And I think our developer community is very innovative. But if we don't sort of require that innovation, it doesn't happen. And I've seen us consistently, and we've got our next discussion is another reduction in employment pieces. I'm not seeing the big employment offsetting come online. And with Garibaldi Estates, and we just had a discussion around neighborhood nodes, we've been telling big portions of our community that employment right mixed in with residential is possible and desirable. Services mixed in with residential is possible and desirable. And we see in other places in the world, it works and it allows you to reduce your car dependency. And we seem that, I think, is embedded in most of our policy. We've been following it. We seem to be abandoning that here. And so then I think there is some validity in being worried about the parking. I guess people can make their own responsibility and their own choices if they understand that this is what they have. But still, I think we are straying from what I believe is good policy we have had, and for legitimate hard times economically. But I think that should be a blip. We see up and down all the time, and I don't think we should be, designing a 60-year building for the next couple of years of economic hardship. I think we need to have longer term vision. And so for me, we're not quite there yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Pettingill opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Council, I'm going to preemptively have a motion, move that motion to extend the meeting past 10, as I do not think we're going to get through the remainder of the agenda in the next 13 minutes. Is there someone who'd like to second that? Well, could someone please second that so we can get through our workday here? Second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Is that a protest vote? Yeah, nice. Fair play. So Councillor Stoner opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. So we are on now to consideration of third reading for District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011, amendment bylaw number 3043/2024, which is 1001 Finch.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Asia Philp, planner with the Community Development Department. Tonight, I'm presenting the rezoning application at 1001 Finch Drive for consideration of third reading. The application proposes to replace the employment space in the second, third, and fourth stories of the second building with market rental housing units. The application was given first and second reading on November 18th, 2025. Quick background refresher for all of us. The property was rezoned in 2022 to allow for a mixed-use development, has a childcare facility and 44 market rental units in Building 1. This has an approved DP associated with it. Building 2 was originally proposed to contain commercial space at grade with 3 stories of office space above. The developer has applied to rezone the upper floors of the second building to allow for approximately 30 market rental units. They've stated that the project is no longer financially viable with the office component, given the decline in office space demand that has occurred post-pandemic. Council considered this second rezoning application on November 18th, 2025, and they gave it first and second reading at that time. So 3 changes have been made to the proposal in response to Council's November comments. On Council's comment to address a sunset clause in the land development agreement, there's an existing LDA registered on title, and community amenity contributions, or CACs for short, were paid when the original rezoning was adopted in 2022. As the CACs have already been paid, this agreement is in force, and adding a sunset clause may render the district liable to repay this CAC that we've received. And also, given that a sizable portion of the CACs from the original rezoning are physical in-kind amenities, these include 2 parks on site, a trail, and a crosswalk across Loggers Lane. Staff do not recommend sunsetting this land development agreement. As going on forward, it's unlikely that the district could legally secure in-kind amenities of a similar value, given the legislative limits regulating our new ACC bylaw. But if council still wishes to pursue a sunset clause, the applicant has said that they are open to this option. On council's comment to increase the secured number of 3-bedroom units, the applicant has committed to a minimum of 20% of all of the residential units as 3-bedroom units. And on the no gas covenant, the applicant has committed to no gas for the entire development. Proposed amendments to the existing CD79 zone would enable the conversion of the upper stories of Building 2 to go from office to market rental. These amendments include increasing the residential floor area ratio to 0.45, decreasing the required employment space percentage down to 22%, and lastly, updating the condition that restricts the residential units to rental tenure only to apply to both Building 1 and Building 2 units. The LDA that secured the applicant's CAC contributions and other development commitments from the original rezoning should also be amended if the rezoning proceeds to align the project changes and secure the new commitments from the applicant. The proposed LDA amendments include updates to secure 100% of the residential units as market rental, as well as to secure a minimum of 20% of the units as 3 bedrooms. The employment space clause is proposed to be updated to reflect the reduction to the 22%. And lastly, the no gas clause is proposed to be updated to capture the applicant's commitment to going no gas for the entire project. So staff recommend third reading of zoning amendment bylaw number 3043. And prior to bringing the application forwards for consideration of adoption, staff also recommend that the existing land development agreement be amended to secure the items A through D that is listed here. With that, I'll pass it back to the mayor for questions and comments. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation and all your work on the file. Who wants to get us started with questions? Councillor French.
Mayor Herford, a spokesperson for the developer, wrote on behalf of Rivertown Properties, quote, "We will commit to not using natural gas as a source of heat for the residences on the property." So this is very specific, residences. It makes no mention of commercial space. And the report to council indicates the applicant has committed to no gas for the entire project. So this seems to be somewhat at odds. How do these match up? Is there correspondence that came in late and just didn't make it into the package? Was there a verbal agreement?
Through the chair, it was a great catch on your behalf, and we've clarified with the applicant, and we have it now in writing in an email clarifying that they are committing to no gas for the entire project. They did not mean to put in just residential portion.
Councillor French said thank you. His mic wasn't working. Questions from, yep, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Appreciate the ongoing effort of staff and the proponent to continue to bottom out some of these components for this application, in particular the childcare space, which is one that I hear the applicant is still reluctant to covenant entirely. My understanding is that, I guess my question is, do we have any sense of, so the Loggers East neighborhood plan has a policy in it that aims to secure a childcare facility of about 36 spaces in a mixed use development. Do we have any sense of what that square footage would be? And if we could just secure that square footage, not necessarily the full commercial amount in this development, but the amount that would be proposed or expected as per policy in the Loggers East neighborhood plan?
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll invite Jesse to add anything. So there is minimum requirements in the childcare licensing regulations for square footage. So it would be possible to calculate the size. In terms of securing it, no, the applicant has not agreed to secure all or any portion of it. And so if we were to do that, we would have to go back to the applicant.
Okay. Councillor Pettigill?
Yeah, there's a comment that if we did sort of rescinded our expectation around the CACs, or did whatever with the sunset clause, we might have to pay back the CACs, and then ACCs, as I understood what was said, wouldn't provide the same level of benefit. Is that because we did something unique, special with the CACs, or I sort of wonder, does this mean our ACC are too low then? Or I'm just wondering if you can speak to that mismatch.
Through the chair, I'll start. The in-kind amenities, the amount that it would cost the district to construct far outweighs the CAC policy targets. And so it would be, we would not be able to kind of get that sort of amenity through the ACC, the new ACC process. Should I keep going? The ACC process is very prescriptive. There's an exact list of what projects it can go to. They're all earmarked. We can't do on-site and in-kind amenities unless it goes kind of above and beyond what the ACC captures and into our new policy that is related to large, significant rezonings.
Okay, so it's not a case where the ACCs aren't high enough. It's that we're just legally not able to capture that sort of amenity that we have captured here.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, did I see your hand, or was I? No, not yet. I'm through my speakers list. We have a recommendation here. Feels like that's where we're at, unless there's other questions of clarity before that. Councillor French?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? I'll second it for just, would you speak to it?
Yes, I would like to speak to it. Pretty simple. I supported third reading when this came to us previously, so naturally I support it now.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettigill?
Yeah, I'm unfortunately not able to support this for much the same reasons as the last one. I do think it's important to find a way with the developer to secure the childcare space in any development, given our policy and the community requirements. And I think it's the same, the employment, local service, parking, residences. These are things that all need to balance out. And I'm seeing we're cutting critical pieces that make the whole no longer function. And so for me, that's an issue.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks very much. So I have tension here between a developer saying, here's the intended use of this space, and saying that they want this space to be used for childcare, for school, but not being willing to make the commitment for that to actually be the case. So that leaves me with uncertainty as to the intent. I do believe it's important that we secure childcare spaces, as we've spoken about in the previous conversation. It's when we dedicate childcare space in zoning, that's when childcare businesses don't need to compete with other businesses for that space, making childcare spaces inherently more affordable. And so I do believe the childcare space and dedicating that, securing that in the zoning or the land development agreement is the sticking point for me on this one. Beyond that, I'd be willing to support.
I'm going to ask a point of clarity. I know it's a challenging step in the process for that, but the space that we're discussing as childcare space here, was it presented as, or was it part of an amenity contribution, or was it scored as such, or is this commercial space that that exists outside of the amenities that and that the proponent has signaled he would like to have, or they would like to have as operate as a childcare space? I think it's two different categories of things. I just want to make sure I understand which category it is.
Through the chair, I think it's the second category that you outlined.
So it's a commercial space. It wasn't part of amenity calculation.
It was not included in the amenity calculation.
Okay, thank you. I speaking in support, I think that we just had a discussion about childcare space that resulted in some covenanting. That was a challenging file, a different file from this one. In the initial rezoning, I think there was opportunity to maybe have some trade-off of reducing some of the other contributions and taking a contribution in the form of covenanted childcare space. So that was something that I feel I weighed out at that earlier phase. Now we're here where contemplating other pieces of the puzzle, and I do think that we know that there's a need for rental in the community. I share concern around employment space, making sure that we match that. But we've heard time and again that office space, there hasn't been the demand that we expected to see when we developed plans that signaled that this was an appropriate use here when we went through rezoning, and it's simply not going to get built to sit empty waiting until the need surfaces, and it may not surface. The need that is there today and will still be there in the however long it takes for this to come to fruition is residential rental, and I'm supporting this moving forward at this time for that reason. Any other comments on this? Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I'll also be supporting the staff recommendation. I'm in agreement. I'm convinced by staff's rationale regarding a trade-off between office space and market rental housing. I think that's well thought through. With respect to childcare space, I'm just going to read out a sentence from a piece of correspondence from the development proponent. Our top priority as a community must be consideration of the evolution of communities over the long term. This is with respect to a restrictive childcare covenant, which is not preferred. I have lived in Squamish neighborhoods, experienced Squamish neighborhoods over 3 generations now. And I think that while we might be skeptical of this statement and its motivations, I actually think it's fundamentally something that we should be paying attention to. I wonder whether there is other parts of community life that we're neglecting, like facilities for youth and programs for youth when these children grow. I wonder whether there's a gap there that we're not paying attention to. So I accept the statement made here and the rationale given. And so I'm in support of the proposal as we have it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I'm really torn on this one. I appreciate the additional work that staff and the proponent have done following our last review of this application. And I hear that the proponent hasn't been willing to secure the childcare component, which I think might be a breaking point for me. Appreciate the shift in the 20% residential units for the 3-bedroom. This has been a long drawn out process where it was first rezoned in 2022, at which time the CAC policy actually did secure cash for square footage of gross floor for market rental. Our CAC policy has since evolved and changed, which is all well and good, but we're now proposing more market rental under a different CAC policy, reducing the employment space and still not securing the childcare space. And so I feel like there's a real mismatch with the Loggers East Neighborhood Plan policies as presented without even securing, it doesn't need to be the full amount of the commercial space, but a portion of that commercial space for childcare. That would be the one thing that would get me over the line. I appreciate the proponent's willingness to talk about a sunset clause, and I hear that with cash already paid, that there's some real logistical components and challenges to that at this time with this particular application that is very much in stream. So I am willing to back off on that a little bit. But for me, the combination of the reduction of employment and the timing of this and not being able to secure the childcare component feels like it goes too far. Thanks.
I just want to check in with our corporate officer on what, if this is a complicated piece. If this fails, does it revert to the where does it go? Where does it go? Like what zoning ends up on that? Is it still the office space? I just sometimes we get a weird bounce with that. I just want to make sure that we understand.
If the motion that is on the floor currently fails, the zoning that is currently in place would hold.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? I think we heard from almost everybody. So I will call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Greenlaw, Stoner, Hamilton, Pettingill opposed. Motion fails. Thank you. Okay, Council, we're on to, we're through the bulk of it. We are on to the, no, sorry. We have some adoptions to look after. And as is our practice, we don't have a presentation here, as we've dealt with these previously. So I'll move the frequent bus route adoption. Second by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Are you opposing that one?
Yes.
Councillor Anderson opposes. Oh, and Councillor Greenlaw opposes. Thank you for the double check. Okay, team, I know it's late. We got one more of the adoptions. So this is the 2025 zoning bylaw update. If someone could move that. Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have staff reports regarding the Municipal Finance Authority 2026 spring issuance approval. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Rianne Sousa, and I'm the Director of Financial Operations at the district, and my pronouns are she and her. The goal of the presentation today is for Council to approve borrowing security issuances for Fire Hall Number 2, the Public Works Facility, and the Wastewater Treatment Plant. For Council and the community's background, the Community Charter of BC states that a municipality cannot borrow under a loan authorization bylaw unless the financing is undertaken by the applicable regional district. In addition, a council resolution is required to initiate a request that the regional district proceed with the security issuing bylaw. We are now at the stage in the borrowing process that council passes a motion to initiate that the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District proceed with the security issuance through the Municipal Finance Authority of BC. The borrowing for each of the projects has already been approved by council through the financial planning process and approved by the electors and the ministry. The total approved borrowing for Fire Hall number 2 is 12.1 million. 9.3 million has already been issued. Staff recommend the remaining 2.8 million is issued at the MFA 2026 spring issuance. To issue the borrowing, a resolution of 2.1 million is required, as a 10 million resolution was already approved at the June 3rd, 2025 council meeting. Staff recommend the loan proceeds are issued for a 20-year term. The MFA interest rate at the time of preparing the council report for a 20-year term was 4.83%. The total approved borrowing for public works for the new public works facility is 20.2 million. Staff recommend that the full 20.2 million is issued at the MFA 2026 spring issuance for a 20-year term. And it will also be at a 4.83 interest rate. The total approved borrowing for the wastewater treatment plant upsize is $8 million. Staff recommend the full 8 million is issued at the MFA 2026 spring issuance for a term of 20 years. And again, the interest rate at the time of preparing the report for a 20-year term was 4.83%. In summary, staff are recommending 31.1 million of borrowing is issued at the MFA 2026 spring issuance. The annual debt servicing cost for issuing the recommended borrowing is 2.6 million. These costs have already been factored into the district's proposed 2026 to 2035 financial plan bylaw. The recommended resolutions to issue the borrowing at the MFA 2026 spring issuance is detailed on this slide. This concludes the presentation. I'll now turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions about this? Go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
What happens if we don't pass a resolution to issue this? Just out of curiosity. I mean, it's already in our 10-year financial plan. We've spent the money. So what happens if we weren't to pass the resolution?
Through the chair, an alternative form of financing would have to be found. So reserves, other type of financing.
Do you have an additional question, Councillor Pettingill?
I'm not going to test or try a motion based on that. Don't worry. Just clarity though, is that the interest rate for the whole 20 years or does it sort of update every 5 or it's locked in?
Through the chair, how it typically works is the MFA secures the interest rate for 10 years and then it's refinanced every 5 years. So it'd be at the new rate after the 10 years. And then there'd be 2 refinancing periods over the 20-year term.
Okay, any further questions on this? Yeah, thank you for that. So Councillor Stoner moves the entirety of the staff recommendation and it's seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any comments? Just thank you for bringing this forward, and it's great to see these sort of the pieces move through the system. I think this is an important step and signals progress on addressing our facilities in a substantive way. So thank you very much for that. Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I want to say a few things too in supporting the motion. A few figures here jumped out and really caught my eye. First, 31 million plus is the amount of the security issue from the Municipal Finance Authority to the district or what we require. And then also 6,543,015 total debt servicing costs for 2026. These are costs associated with the most basic things that our community needs. A portion of the money relates to construction of the number 2 fire hall on Tantalus Road, a very much needed piece of infrastructure for our community that built on the number 1 hall. the Alex Monroe Fire Hall. Much of this is the Public Works building that's under construction on Government Road, replacing an aged out building that needed to really be replaced probably a few years ago. And then a bit of this is for the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. Important investments, the most basic investments that we as a council are expected to deliver for our community. So I support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? Nope. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously, as it should. But thank you very much. Okay, Council. We don't have any late agenda items. We don't have any correspondence action requested.
Chair, on this one, I was going to test a motion to defer the consent agenda items to the next 2 weeks on an assumption that none of them are urgent. And I know one's going to, I think, generate some discussion. So just given the late hour, I might propose that.
Yeah, yes, I'm with you. I was going to go to our corporate officer. Where would they appear in the agenda? Would they just go back into the consent agenda and we'll deal with it then? Or did they have another space, or can we work that out in agenda planning?
We could work it out, but on first thought, they'd probably go under business arising from the minutes, number 12, and we put that on the next agenda.
Okay, so if, is that your motion, Councillor Pettingill? Okay.
To the next regular.
Okay, Councillor Anderson?
I'd just like to advise that the piece of correspondence I wanted to draw attention to involves a survey with a deadline of February 6th. And I just wanted to highlight it for not only us ourselves, but for the public, but that is a deadline of February 6th that we should be aware of.
Okay, so Councillor Pettingill, your motion is that we defer the remaining correspondence to the next regular business meeting. I'll second that, and we'll deal with them at that time. Yeah, go ahead.
Just clarification for my council colleague, Councillor Anderson. Is your statement or motion or your comment on correspondence B6 short and to the point, and can be done tonight, or do you think it will generate conversation and discussion?
My purpose is to highlight this item and draw attention to it. I don't intend to introduce a motion, but simply to receive it, but to make some comment.
So, amendment to the motion to
friendly amendment
to remove item B6 so that we can deal with that tonight.
Okay. With that piece, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. So, Councillor Anderson, this piece you wish to highlight, and would you like to move receipt? And I'll second it, and you can speak to it. Is that okay?
I'll move receipt then of item B6, and that is the correspondence from our MP Patrick Weiler concerning federal rural policy. I'll speak to it if seconded.
Oh, I've seconded. Go ahead.
Okay. Very good then. This is Patrick Weiler is announcing a public input opportunity, quote, to help shape the next chapter of federal rural policy. Is Squamish rural? Well, not really, but we are a portal for quite a large hinterland of rural communities that are very dependent on our harbor and its facilities, in fact, critically dependent. These include some of the poorest First Nations communities in the province and a number of communities that are experiencing hard times. A big issue currently for this hinterland of Squamish is the proposed deactivation of the BC rail line north of Squamish. Ms. Patrick Weiler's letter refers to infrastructure as an issue the federal government wishes to consider. Canada's rail discontinuance policies need attention, not only here in British Columbia, but across the country. So we have an opportunity here, members of the public, or including my colleagues, to give input on this issue through this survey. So this is an outstanding case study, this BC rail line, of Canada's rail discontinuances policies needing attention. The Class 1 railways will inevitably prioritize shareholder interests. We need to work with and advocate to the federal government for the cause of better use of existing rail, freight, and passenger rail corridors for not only rural communities, but for the country as a whole. So I just wanted to highlight that issue and the opportunity through this very simple, quick survey that is referenced in Mr. Weiler, Patrick Weiler's letter, encouraging my colleagues and members of the public to fill out this survey and give consideration to mentioning this issue of the BC rail line potential discontinuance and its consequences for the rural communities in our hinterland of Squamish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that, Councillor Anderson. We didn't have any business arising from the minutes. Notice of motion. Open question periods. If anyone has any questions of clarity, no hands shooting up. Council or staff announcements. I'm going to defer mine till next opportunity. And I don't see anyone else. Look, you'd like to make a councillor and staff announcement? Is this what we're at? No, that's where we are in the agenda. We do not have a motion to close. We do not have any council staff in-camera announcements. But I am looking for a motion to terminate this meeting if only there was an enthusiastic participant. Councillor Stoner, yes?
I'll move that meeting be terminated.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. I almost voted against that just out of protest from your earlier